Last we left off, Captain Vivuvius agreed to send a scouting team alongside you to find this ML01, a facility whose existence was revealed to you by the newly born receivers. Ezra is the one that accompanies you, along with a hellhound named Krem. After some conversation probing into each other's histories and cultures, you all camp down for the night. In the dark, Chris finds a strangely shaped divot, like 30 feet long, about 10 feet wide, like a slight triangular cut into the earth. And eventually, with the help of some other scouts, more keen-eyed observers, some footprints. Estimate between 3 to 5 people a month or more back when the snow kind of first began to set and kind of froze in place for some time. Following the tracks the next day, you find a suspicious gap at the base of the Dawn of Our mountain ranges. Inside does reveal the same blue-green metal that makes up most of the other facilities you've been to. Investigating its innards, you all find evidence that maybe you aren't the first ones to find this place. Some gunpowder scorch marks, bloodstains, lost firearms. Following the blood, you all squeeze into a pipeline that leads to a rock face outside, some sort of venting pipe. Too narrow for anyone to actually fit through normally, but with some creative use of teleportation and the monster pocket, you all manage to circumvent that, finding a way out. Just on the outside of the pipe opening, a depression in the earth beneath the snow is found just outside of this gap, and that's where the trail currently ends. Zero, at this point, scries on Zoella and finds her in a arctic cave, undead mining away at a wall. Find her on a catwalk, along with the older human man, bushy beard, slick back black hair with a widow's peak, bit of sallow in the features. They discuss matters of the truth of the world, at which point the human man shines a torch into the light, or into the ice wall, that reveals a shape. Massive, four-legged, two-winged creature, dragon-like, with elements of black, glassy shards erupting from it. Next to this shape, an outline, almost. The outline of a humanoid, but almost made up of the cracks in the ice, like a vague shape with only its silhouette visible. Zero contacts Zoella, who agrees to meet in Abethus in the same place that you met before. Apparently alongside Virgil and R, perhaps. America accompanies Zero to Abethus, while the rest of the scouting team, Riley, Chris, and Gary, head back in to try to find a way to bring the facility down. Chris finds another body with a fleshy leech-like creature kind of chewing on its leg of a long-deceased humanoid, swiftly killing it, rifling through the corpse's rucksack. Chris finds a metal pin in the shape of a sword within a triangle. That is where we leave off. I'll start with the boys. Riley, Chris, what do you want to do?
I believe Riley was busy helping Jane stuff all the robots into the bag of holding.
Yep, and you found this before. There's no cores, technically. But there are the body parts, which is, that's what you're helping stuff in. And there's probably close to like a dozen, maybe, that make up a dozen individual pieces. A dozen bodies separate into individual pieces, maybe. But the cores that you do find are either shot through and rent, destroyed. But the cores and the bodies don't seem to match up in numbers. Yeah, you can take some time to do that. Easy enough. Chris, you are currently...
make sure they stuff the cores in as well, because you could bring them back, might be able to restore them, never know.
Yep, taking everything. You have the bag space. Bag of holding space to do so. Easy enough. Chris, you are currently at the bottom of a 50-foot drop. There's kind of pipes above you that are broken in places, bent in others, but some are intact. You had to weave your way through to get down here, and that's where you found the body, with that leech-like creature kind of on the underside of one of the barrels.
Is there anything else down here?
Looking around, there's pieces of metal A lot of fragments of shards and everything else that kind of just general debris. The only thing of note here is the body, which you've already rifled through.
Okay. Then I'll head up then.
Okay.
And slither my way back up.
Right, you are the gross, stretchy form right now. That is important to note. Yes. Yeah, easy enough. With your gross reach now, you kind of just like Mr. Fantastic your way up the pipes. Yeah, it takes you some time. You're not like the most physically fit person, but with your newfound flexibility, it's not an issue. After about a couple minutes, you do manage to make your way up to the top after a bit of some like Banjo-Kazooie style platforming.
When should we start the destruction?
I would say wait for the Zero to get back. Just in case they teleport back in while we're destroying it. Not a great idea.
Anything else you want to do here, or where do you want to be?
Waiting outside, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, as you yeah, getting inside is you can teleport, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. The gap itself is like not very wide. It's fairly narrow. You can still see out, but like it's yeah, not easy or basically impossible for a human body, even a small gnome or something, to fit through this like narrow slit into the rock face. But you'd be getting in and out via teleportation or other means of bypassing physical limitations.
I was just thinking about walking through the entrance we came in.
Oh yeah, you could do that too.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, Gary and Ezra are currently on the other side of the pipeline. As they do not have a way back in, and they're sort of just out there. But you can go back to the entrance if you want. That's on the other side of the kind of the mountain range, I suppose.
I was thinking of maybe doing detect magic and then doing like a quick walk around the ship.
Yeah, you can do that. And you cast detect magic as you're sort of walking around. The interior, nothing of note. The source of magic you can feel yourself and the newly acquired rifles, the lightning rifles. But any sources of arcane magic don't seem to permeate this area very much. It's a place of technology. Okay.
Then I'll go outside the pipe where Gary and Ezra are.
Okay. Yeah, and you can slither your way through as Riley goes to the entrance. The entrance itself is like 10, 15 feet off the ground because you kind of drop down a slope to get down here. But you can stay at the bottom of the barrel or try to climb up into the exterior if you want to, Riley.
I'll just climb up.
Yeah, I think with tumbling full, you could do that pretty easy.
Easily.
Yeah, you can find your way, just up there, grip on, and then you just kind of squeeze your way through. Still kind of a tight squeeze, but you can make it. Yeah, as you get up there, it's at this point in time of the day. Let's see here. Yeah, it's getting closer to evening. The sun, especially. Oh no, it's still dark days. Still dark as shit outside. Basically, like a dimly lit night. So you're also in the shadow of the dawn of hour too. So it also
True.
It's,
Yeah,
it is basically
it's
nighttime.
very dark. Yeah.
Yeah. You leave and it's pretty much just like nighttime. It is umbra outside, and you check your watch. It is kind of in the middle of the day, barely evening, and it's kind of jarring in some ways. You've went through the dark days several times. It's a strange experience, but not this dark. The shadow of this mountain is so overwhelmingly tall and long that all sun, even what dim, faint bits of rays make it through the clouds, and the strange effects the moon have on the actual land itself, It is a dark, moonless, sunless night. Yeah, there's still a couple scouts just waiting there. Just they don't know you. You didn't interact with them, and they're just kind of just standing. They know you're allied currently, so they're just standing watch, keeping guard. Okay, Chris. Oh,
Yeah, go. No, go on.
hey, Chris, you slither out of the other pipeline. Ezra's there. Gary's sort of there. Yeah, and it still seems fairly normal. Nothing's changed. They don't alert you of anything. Gary's sort of just off, about a ways off, kind of just wandering around. Like he's doing some scouting. Ezra's kind of just at the actual entrance, I guess the exit, the pipeline exit, kind of just leaned up against the mountain, kind of just eating some jerky. She kind of looks at you, Chris, as you slinky your way out of this tiny hole. Very gross. Like a human ketchup bottle just squeezing out of the narrow hole. Yeah, as you do that, she sort of looks at you, doesn't really question it at this point. She sort of, mid-chew, kind of gestures her head towards Gary. Is your friend always doing that?
What is Gary doing?
He's kind of wandering, like snaking back and forth, like serpentining, looking at the ground. Just, like almost like he's trying to draw like a weird pattern in the ground or something, just very systematically. It's almost like a widening triangle. As he just slowly, like, walking away, sort of, but in a very slow, methodical fashion. Just back and forth pacing, but getting a little bit further every single time.
I haven't noticed him doing that, but maybe I could go talk to him, see what's up. Yeah, I'll go and head over to Gary.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want to get there normally, or do you want to like be gross about it? Just like ball yourself up and roll down a hill.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Sure. Make use of your full stretchiness. As you read Richards yourself, just balling up, getting down there. Gary, as you get close, he kind of has this like a sternness about him that you haven't really seen too often. Usually when he's like combat or like other like serious situations, but as you sort of spring out of your ball, he sort of jumps a bit. Oh, you surprised me.
Yeah, what's up? Did you notice anything?
I don't know. There is something strange, missing. Do you hear anything?
I'll try and listen very carefully.
Yeah, make a perception check. Performance. Perception, there we go. Yeah, you make a perception check. You try to listen and you hear crunching of snow. You hear the wind blowing through the trees, the leaves rustling as it drops snow onto different boughs and just hitting the ground. You hear Ezra sort of just chewing on like a piece of jerky. You're listening very, very closely. Closing your eyes, doing so. Yeah, that's kind of just sounds of wind movement. Though it does strike you sometimes there are like just periods of silence. Just wind, that's it. Chewing Ezra. Gary sort of shuffling and just like around the place. You don't hear any chirps or any like signs of life, really. The entire journey here, you heard some hibernating animals maybe wandering around looking for the last bits of food. Howling wolves, you heard birds. It is silent here, other than the sort of natural wind.
I just I noticed some very silent points.
Yes, that is what I picked up as well. I do not know much about this land, but it seemed it was fairly rich in life. There's wolves. There were some bears, birds, squirrels, little rodents. But it's almost like a dead spot in nature. It is off. I do not know if it's natural.
Wasn't there one point where that happened where it was very silent? And I forget where that was.
I believe that may have been outside Nellet after you cleared out the cave.
Oh yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that...
I remember, like, there wasn't really... Yeah, it was just, completely silent there.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I think that's where it is. Yeah, when you first cleared out the cave, and then all those animals started coming out of the woodwork with little white lilies speaking at you. Yeah, this kind of has a similar vibe, though back then it was just dead silent. No wind at all. This just seems like kind of just a lack of animals.
Do you have any suspicions of what it might be?
I tried tapping into the natural side of things. I could not find anything that I would hunt normally. Again, I do not know this land very well. It is strange. These natural areas, wild areas, typically have a breath to them. A sort of a give and take. Inhale, exhale. A wind of life. This is... Stop the breathing. Maybe I'm mistaken.
So, kind of like the area kind of, died, I guess.
Maybe. She looks around to the trees and looks like a forest. Oh, the trees still exist, the snow still exists. It is nature yet not. It's like it's hard to put a talent on it.
Do I recall anything maybe sort of in history or divine or magical means of like life cycles of life and death on particular areas?
Let's say are you proficient in nature?
I am not.
Yeah, then trying to cycle through the history. There's some histories of like folklore and stuff, but like nothing that matches with this. Where it's just everything's kind of the same, but there just seems to be like something missing. In this case, Gary's noticed that there's just no seemingly animal life in this spot in particular. The journey here was fine, but they seem to be distinct lack of other noises.
In looking around, I don't see any animals around at all.
With that perception check, no. Just no footprints, no animals, no nothing. Just trees and the mountain range behind you.
Do the trees look dead?
No, they seem fine. They're kind of like evergreen trees, some of them. The ones that aren't are like they look naturally dead. Like they've shed their leaves and they're in like that sort of like stasis mode until the spring comes.
Maybe I'll kind of like, dig around in the snow in that area and see what if I can find anything.
You're digging around the snow, sort of kicking it up, and as you're doing that, Gary sort of follows you just to make sure. In fact, that's kind of what he's seemed to be doing. In some ways, he's doing like a wide triangle, trying to like uncover snow to see if he can find anything. And he kind of just continues his effort, joining you. And you go on for some time. And Yeah, that's what you'll be doing for some time. But so far, nothing yet. Okay. Any final actions or thoughts or conversations you have at the scouting team, Riley, Chris?
Just gonna tell the scouting team what we discovered in there.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of a gruffer human man, kind of like older in his years. Yeah, just sort of telling him that he's sort of listening, still kind of keeping like a professional distance, but like he's listening intently. I started telling him this. He sort of looks over to kind of to an untrained eye the bushes, but you can see with your path perception there is someone hidden there with like a bow and arrow, kind of like lazily drawn, kind of just in case something happens. He sort of looks towards that bush, does a couple of fancy hand signals, and you sort of just hear and see shuffling as that individual leaves and is going back towards the city.
All right.
Thank you for telling me that. This will be interesting information for the future. It is good that you found this as well.
But it was of importance to us as well, so.
And something this dangerous this close to the city is not comforting. It's good we nipped it in the bud when we did. Or, well, someone else nipped it in the bud, seemingly. Sylvia.
We don't have proof it was Sylmia, but it really is skewed towards them.
It wouldn't be the first time. Not the espionage, but the... Gabi doesn't have a great history with Altis. So, if this is in there, it would not be a surprise.
I have nothing more to say on the matter.
Okay. Okay. Any final thoughts? Any final actions?
I might, kind of get Ezra in there helping, maybe. I also want to give Ezra the lightning rifle.
Okay, yeah, you
or
have
one
two.
of them.
Yeah, you have two. Name sort of hand her a lightning rifle. Yeah, as you sort of hand her one of the rifles, she's sort of like halfway in like mid bite of jerky, and she sort of like she takes it in her hand. Is this a gift? You're giving this to me, like permanently?
Yep, this one you can keep. It's actually a kind of a special rifle. It has a little bit of magical properties. A lightning rifle.
And it works the same as just a normal gun?
Yeah, essentially, it works pretty much the same. I'll actually give Ezra like 10 bullets.
Okay, yeah, you give her the prerequisite, kind of like pre-measured cartridges, like paper cartridges of like the powder of the ball, everything you need to actually load a single shot into a rifle. Yeah. Would you like to run her through the process? She has not fired a rifle nor handled one.
Yeah, I can run her through the process. Just a quick breakdown of what to do and maybe a practice shot.
Sure. Yeah, as you're sort of running, just make a persuasion check for fun. Okay. Yeah, it's a matter of like just like a more educational thing. And sort of running her through the different bits and bobs of the actual rifle itself. You know, like the flashbang, the whole thing. You did some research. You were taught how to fire one, and you've gotten pretty good at it, or with one gun at least. Yeah, and she gives a test shot into a nearby tree. You can see you don't normally see the bullet. You still don't. But as Ezra fires the first shot, this loud crack emits from the end of the rifle. Normal, but when you fire your normal rifle, it has kind of like this, like almost pushing sudden burst of air sound effect. This sounds more like the crack of lightning, as you just see almost instantaneously there's nothing there, and then the end of the barrel is suddenly like a bright flash, and then a trail of lightning kind of lingers in the air with sparks coming off for just a second or two, and then it fades. And inside you can see the inside of the barrel is kind of smoking at the end, and at the end of the tree where it hit is a bullet hole surrounded by like a black scorch mark. It more or less does what you think it does. It fires electrified bullets. Yeah, as she sort of fires that, the recoil kind of kicks her in the shoulder, and she sort of falls over a little bit, like stumbles back. She catches herself though. Well, that's yeah, no, I'm gonna lie. That's kind of everything I hoped it would be. It's mine.
Yep. It's kind of a new experience for me too. I haven't encountered firearms that have done that, so I think that was a success.
Yeah, I'd say so. How do you get more of these bullets, the powder? I have 9 shots now, and I don't know how to make it.
I honestly just went to the shop and bought it, but would I know how to like manufacture it?
Just make an intelligence check, just generally. No, not really. You haven't had the time to like reverse engineer the actual components of black powder. As far as your understanding goes, it's not like that complicated, but like the actual making of good black powder is kind of like a like somewhat closely guarded secret in Sylvia. The information is out there, but like you're not sure of these specifics.
Well, as far as I know, is that you need like some good black gunpowder and some sort of, you know, thing for like the pellet itself and that. As for the actual process of how like manufacturing or making these things, I don't know too much. But maybe I can find information on that for you.
Oh, please do. I think. You doing anything later? Just out of curiosity.
Not much. Just searching around the snow.
Okay. I heard you have a mansion. Do you think I could just? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I could open up the mansion.
Okay. I mean, it's still gonna be like a day walk back, so maybe then at nighttime camping.
Yep, yeah, I can definitely do that.
Cool. Finally, kicking snow, huh? She just kind of it's kind of enamored with the new rifle she suddenly has, and the three of you just begin sort of trotting along the snow, trying to uncover anything. And for the next however long you're doing that, nothing seemed to turn up. It was just kind of just dead grass underneath, or in the really compacted dirt or rocks or something. Okay. All right. Any final thoughts? Any final actions for the mountain cowboy team?
I am done.
Actually, I was considering, do the rocks at all look weird?
The rocks?
Yeah.
Not really. Look like rocks. The Donovar itself kind of has like this sort of kind of like ruddy brown, almost black slate kind of texture to it. It's fairly jagged, the rocks around kind of match its coloration, its texture. You're picking them up, holding them in your fingers. Seem like rocks.
Is it nighttime or
It's
daytime?
it's daytime, but it's basically nighttime where you are. You're still kind of in the shadow of the dawn of hour. And it's also during the dark days as well, so it's doubly nighttime. It's super dark currently.
I'll ask Ezra, is there, does the Dawn Devourer have any like properties of like, disturbing nature and that sort of thing?
I mean, not during this time, I don't think. When the moon's full, it kind of, I guess it rips open holes into different planes. Usually the Abyss, I think, kind of have to fight demons. Or is it Shadowfell? It's one of the two. Maybe both. During the shadow, wait, during the full moon, yeah, it rips open portals. In the shadow, at least. Then I think the only time all three cultures kind of get together is by killing the things that come out of the portals. It's like the one thing we share is because it's everyone's problem.
It sounds like a fun event.
It's fine. I mean, after doing it a couple 20-ish years, it's kind of lost its glitter. Maybe you'll have more fun. Yeah, maybe I'll use the rifle next time.
Yep. Taking practice shots.
Well, I only have 9 of them, so I'll try to make use of it. Good use of it.
But yeah, I think that's all I have for now.
Okay.
And Riley team and Chris team are on opposite ends of the place, right?
Currently, yeah. You're not like,
Yeah, okay.
It's not like super far, but like it is on the opposite side of like a minor mountain.
Okay.
Okay. All right, moving away from Calbe. We head into Oebethus, where Zero, you and Merrick have teleported to the... I'll bring up the Oebethus map real quick. Here you all are. Yeah. In the Gemstone Center, the exact same alleyway you've teleported to dozens of times over the last year. American Toe. And you take your teleportation shawl off, tuck it away, and yeah, you find yourself in the very familiar, opulent district of the Gemstone Center within the capital.
Is there not a way I could get us closer to the Hall of Ten?
You're not that far off right now. Like you could walk there for and get there in like half an hour.
Yeah, but I told them I'd be there in like a minute.
Like 10 minutes. This is the spot that you've been in. They've been teleporting to the entire time.
Can I take Merrick on the carpet and travel faster?
Yeah, probably. Like the travel of the carpet will be technically slower. It'll be the same speed, but like you're flying over stuff, so it'll shorten the time considerably.
Okay, yeah. If we could do that, like immediately as soon as we show up here, I want to like unfurl the carpet and pull them on.
Okay. Yeah, so you sort of it's a fairly decently sized carpet, but like it's the smallest size, I believe. The fastest size, but the smallest size. So Merrick's not tall, but he is kind of wide. So he kind of has like awkwardly balanced on the back a little bit.
Wait, okay. Merrick, would you like to get in the ball again?
No.
Okay, get on.
You say that as you almost like the person like riding on the back of a motorcycle that really doesn't want to like wrap their hands around the driver. Like he's considering like maybe I should have gone the ball, but he eventually just acquiesces and just gets on. He turns away from you, so you're back to back. And he's almost sitting like a genie, like arms crossed, legs crossed.
It's not gay if we're back to back. Oh my god.
Yeah, like, and it's not a comfortable, like, wide ride, but it works. He kind of has, like, you can feel him, like, especially with a contact back to back, you can feel him, like, shifting his way, trying to keep his balance. He seems pretty good at it, like, being seemingly a sailor of some sort in his past life. But yeah, he managed to stay aboard the rest of the journey, sort of flying above. Yeah, he got there, still not within 10 minutes, like 15-ish, but like, he does cut the time considerably. And you sort of find a private place to drop. Yeah, at this point, it's hitting evening-ish, but not like it matters in this time of day, at least anyway. Time of the year. Yeah, to go to the Hall of 10. Yeah, and you just enter. Where are you going?
To the Hall of Death.
Right.
I want to, like, I don't want to, something I want to stealth. I want to have my cloak pulled up over my head and just kind of, like, lay low as I go.
Okay. Yeah, as you sort of heading to the Hall of Death, the different, not factions, what the word about, sections of the Hall of the 10. The white marble, but then it's sort of almost like a theme park of each section, just their own little flair, and you eventually find the very black umber Hall of Death, very dimly lit with like very creepy, almost stereotypical dudes with like spears and like dark robes, and that hovering like high priest that just, you've never seen his feet, but not inside, but outside, kind of standing nearby, but not like in any one section, is kind of in between places. Just outside the Hall of Death, 3 figures, not suspiciously robed, kind of dressed plain these days. You see a purple tiefling, ox-like horns, kind of medium-length, light purple hair, and these red pupilless eyes, just wearing kind of standard leather cloth, just like a warm-looking cloak, traveling gear. Zoella. The first time you've seen Zoella in person in a long time. Next to her, a slightly taller human man, shaved head, with kind of like a rightward on his side, rightward slant in his jaw. Kind of wearing also just plain clothing, just like a very typical linen shirt, a warmer coat over it. And the third figure, standing slightly taller than the other human man. The other figure you saw in the scry. A older human man, black bushy beard, slick back hair with a widow's peak, kind of weathered looking, very sallow in the features. He is dressed in a dark robe. Nondescript, just kind of like dark colors, muted, and kind of like this brown overcoat almost.
Does his clothes look do his clothes look expensive?
It looks like they were at some point. Like, it looks like the nicest clothes he has, but they're old now, and he hasn't really taken good care of it. So, like, it looks like it used to be kind of nice, but then it just kind of got worn down over the years. Yeah, you know this well from stealing people's clothes.
I guess I will slowly approach as I dehood myself and just kind of keep eye contact with the well.
Yeah. As you approach, Merrick sort of follows in suit, just keeping to your right side, keeping your pace as you approach. Zoella sort of meets your eyes, sort of walks towards you as well. The other 2 humans haven't really seen you before, but they also follow Zoella. The taller, bearded human man follows last, as he almost takes your stride, your vibe, I suppose, before walking forward the rest of the group. Zoella sort of approaching kind of awkwardly, with kind of like that like pursed lip, kind of like, yeah. Yeah, as you approach, Zoella Looks like she's about to hold out like a hand, but then kind of decides against it.
I hold out a hand. To
Yeah.
Zoella, specifically.
Yeah, as you hold out a hand, she looks at it for like a good moment, and then she takes it and shakes your hand.
Give her a nice little handshake.
Yeah.
Zoella, good to see you.
It's good. It's good to see you too. You're well. You're alive. That's good. We're alive.
It's also good.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. So, the kind of the deep bald human man sort of in the middle of this kind of tense conversation a little bit. He sort of barges in. Hi, Virgil. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hold
I'll
out
give
your
him a
hand.
firm handshake.
Yeah. He sort of points back towards the taller, bearded human man. That's the mythical, enigmatic R. But that's probably not the best place to discuss things right now. I know a place. Mind if we take just a walk?
Sounds good. Can I insight check that? I know I'm not good at insight, but can I insight check that?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Let me see. I got too many windows open. Hold on.
Hard to read. His face is kind of not standard.
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to read. Like, he seems genuine enough.
Okay. Yeah. I'll just nod and kind of like pull my arm out, like lead the way.
All right. Yeah, as Virgil sort of takes the lead, he walks with confidence, walks with stride, almost a little too fast. Gonna have to keep up with him as he walks out of the Hall of the Ten. Just a ragtag band of people leaving place of worship. People do that all the time. You don't draw any attention or anything. Yeah, on the way there, Virgil kind of just goes, yeah, I mean, we can, I guess on the way we can get to know each other. Probably don't want to discuss anything, anything too interesting until we get to the place. But, how you been? It's been a year. Been a year since we heard from you.
It has. I'm sorry if the silence from us kind of led you guys to any conclusions regarding our actions or what's a good word for this? Alignment, I guess I should say.
I mean, we were kind of, well, I was taking side bets, whether you're dead or not. What Zoella told us, you were kind of, out of the adventuring business. That's a mighty dangerous one, so it's kind of a 50-50 shot, to be honest.
That's fair. Where's Azik in all of this? Like, where does he usually just hang out?
On your shoulder until you tell him to do something else.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure Azik will, because he's a fox right now.
Yeah, you can wrap around your neck if you want to.
Yeah, I want Azik to just chill with me.
Do you want to pretend to be dead, like you're like a stylish fox?
No, no, I want him to look like my little friend fox.
Hunted straight out of the Hudson Bay.
My little fox friend.
All right. He's kind of just perched on you, just like a pure black fox. Does exist weirdly. Yeah, but again, in the light, some reflective quality of it's just like a weird red sheen. Yeah, you're walking there. Is it just I mean, pry. It's. Last we heard, you're a band of four. Seems to be two of you now.
Right. The rest of my party is in where are we right now? Like the actual continent is Kabe.
Kabe, yeah.
Okay. The remaining members of my party are in Kabe currently, doing some other work. And we lost one of us, the ranger, Jana. You met her, Zoella.
Yeah, Zoella kind of looks at you and she looks like genuinely shocked and sad. She sort of just goes, "Oh, I'm sorry."
She had good intentions, so you know, it is what it is. But thank you for that.
How long ago did she pass?
It hasn't been long, right? Like a couple of weeks.
Yeah, a
Few
couple
weeks.
weeks. Yeah.
It's only been about a couple of weeks. Things move very quickly nowadays.
For the first time in this whole conversation, R speaks briefly, but goes, "Then it is best that we perhaps combine our efforts."
Where is he taking us right now? Like, do we recognize the direction he's going?
You
We've been
are-
here before,
Yeah,
right?
you've been walking for quite some time, and just like some very sparse chit chat back and forth. But like, yeah, he seems to be taking you to the red corner. You've been here once, like I think a week ago with Glitch. A couple weeks ago when you're still kind of looking around, teaching Glitch how to be a person, more or less.
Mm.
Yeah. This is sort of the red light district. This is where you saw a lot of thieves' can, a lot of stuff going on under the table, and seemingly appears to be like part of the courtesan queen's domain.
Mm.
Yeah. You want to have any discussions with the people, these commission members, while you're on the way there?
I don't know how much I want to give away to them. I don't want them to. I want to wait till we reach a location to unveil like what their goal is. I think. So I think I'll just keep it to small talk and just introduce them and say, what did we say his name was? Edgar.
Edgar Jenkins.
Edgar Jenkins. As I'm walking, I'll just say like, "Oh, pardon me, I'm rude. My friend here is pretty quiet. I forget he's there. This is Edgar Jenkins. Not a part of our party, but somebody of similar interests."
R sort of speaks up. Similar interests. He's trustworthy then.
I trust him. I'll just look at Merrick when I say that.
Yeah, his face doesn't change, but his eyes kind of betray the fact he's a little flustered by that. Like, his face is stone cold, but his eyes are kind of like flitting about the place, like trying to look at anything other than you. Yeah, so I'll sort of extend out a hand. Well, nice to meet you, Edgar. I assume we're all in the some parts of the know, but I guess we'll know once we get to where are you taking us? Sort of says to Virgil. It's a little lounge area called the Golden Gala. It's an interesting place. Just to do some business transactions. It's a good place for private discussion. You'll see.
I know I've never been to this red light district, but have I heard that before? The Golden Gala.
Just make a general intelligence check. See if you have any insight on this. Not really. No, it's like, yeah, you haven't been to this section of the city. You haven't been to this like too much before, and like the red light district didn't really have like a whole lot of stuff to steal during the year either. I've not heard of the Golden Gala. Yeah, just on the way there. Just kind of like this awkward, semi-awkward walk. Virgil's trying to keep like a jovial air, so while it's still kind of weird, and R is in the back. It's almost like this competition between R and Merrick of like they both don't want to be the like in the middle, so they want to keep an eye on everything, but they're like both lagging behind. And eventually one just has to give up and just take it, but then they also try again, and it just goes on. And on.
The sexual tension between Merrick and R the entire time.
The super sus energy, just like, I don't trust any of you. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're like consciously doing it. They're just like naturally doing it. Yeah. Eventually, you do get to the red corner, the sort of red tinted lights, these sort of lanterns, just lighting up this like kind of pink hue across this entire district. It's just this big strip of people partying, just especially around this time of day where you're hitting pretty close to evening, if not there already. Yeah, the nightlife has basically begun. Yeah, people dancing, people drinking in the streets. Just the nights of debauchery has begun for a lot of people in the city. But Virgil kind of just sidesteps all this, and you see a lot of signs. You in particular see a lot of thieves' cant. You've been here before, once, but yeah, a lot of thieves' cant, a lot of hidden messages underneath everything. There's a lot of people that look like they're enjoying the nightlife, but they're really there to keep an eye, and they're just blending in like, yeah, wolf in sheep clothing. And there's a hidden context under nearly everything here. There is a underworld beneath this very seedy place that a lot of people, at least normal people, aren't aware of. You grew up in these types of underworlds, and it is a language that you uniquely speak with other people here. And Virgil just steps off into an alley, like away off the main street, and it is dark. It is very seedy looking. It is desolate in a way. And there's just a single staircase that goes in, looks like a basement entryway. Just make a investigation or perception check, your choice. Okay. Yeah, as you're walking down, it's a dingy looking alley. There's like broken bottles outside. There is what looks like kind of like a bloody knife, like next to like a waste like pile of just errant glass, broken mugs, wood pieces. It's a bad looking alleyway, but as you're descending the stairs, there's this railing on the side. It is nice. It's kind of like it's made of like this almost like polished copper material. It's probably the nicest thing here. It's like very juxtaposed between everything else here, and you can still hear like the very jovial atmosphere outside. But yeah, you're descending down just a couple of steps, like 10 or so feet. You just met with like a wooden door that leads into this basement of a building. Virgil sort of just knocks a couple times. 3 pauses. 2 pauses. 4. Some sort of secret knock or something. Eventually you hear a latch on the other side of the door unlock as the door opens. The first thing that strikes you is a kind of this gentle combination of like a lavender and kind of candle smoke, accompanied closely behind by this smooth and slow music, strings, winds, pipes. Just almost like this seductive atmosphere. The door swings wider and you see a spacious room, domed ceiling, magical motes of light sort of float around the room overhead. We can see kind of like upper class clientele. These dim golden orbs emit a soft glow as they fly about, and they cast long shadows when they pass over the very decorative, polished copper columns and railings that kind of line this interior. Golden tassels hang from the ceiling. They kind of ephemerally dance, like drifting in an unseen wind. Virgil sort of walks in. You all follow behind. You can see in the corner the source of the music, a kind of band. 4 members, all immaculately dressed in clean red velvet clothing. They play next to a well-lit bar. A gold-vested man currently tending it, just polishing the countertop. The atmosphere is calm, soothing, and very expensive looking. Patrons are seated in large circular tables with white tablecloths, golden trim, drinking wine from crystal glasses. Just eating little tiny morsels of food that look probably overpriced. Polished silverware as they just chatter back and forth. A far cry from the sort of like dingy and loud areas. This is a dignified, classy place. Virgil sort of walks up to a older woman at a kind of standing at a small reception table. Dark skin with a gold glitter streak through her curly black hair. And she's dressed in a gold sequin dress, elegantly just leaning over it, kind of smoking out of a long, slender pipe and just looking out over the crowd. And she turns towards you as you approach. Well, good evening. Welcome to the Golden Gala. How may I serve today? Virgil sort of clears his throat. A golden lock, please, for, he looks back and just visibly counts with his fingers. For 5. Certainly, sugar. Will you be needing refreshments and dinner? R sort of walks up. No, we do not. Virgil interrupts. Yes, thank you. One of your better vintages, I guess. Oh, and some finger foods. We can arrange that. You'll need to deposit any weapons or any non-essential magic items during your stay. They'll be logged and kept in our private safe till you return.
Let me see. What the fuck do I have on me? Can I sleight of hand return my dagger to crystal form?
Sure. You're sneaky enough for that. Make a sleight of hand check. Oh, Jesus. What the hell?
It never gets old.
You went to go like turn to a crystal and you realized you've already done it. Like it's yeah. I think you can also kind of no, you still have sheath them, never mind. One of them can phase into the other, but you still have the one dagger, right?
Yeah, it's just the one right now.
Right. Yeah, you just sort of crystal form it and it's slender-ish and you kind of slide it into like an area like up your sleeve, just barely out of sight. Like enough to be natural looking, but not enough to be visible during most angles. You see Bertle sort of like patting himself down and just like it's like, oh, I'm empty. Zoella sort of picks up a leg and just sort of takes a dagger out of her boot, sort of hands it to her, blade first. Or doesn't even try. I guess he's not armed. Merrick undoes like the fastens of his chains and just drops the anchor on the floor.
When Zoella does like she takes out the dagger, I'll just kind of, I'm not gonna whisper it to her. I just want to say it softly and politely. Just be like, cute. That's it.
Yeah, and she's sort of like still pulling the dagger out. Just having a pinch. Yeah, as Merrick drops the anchor, the proprietress sort of looks at it. She sort of snapped her fingers a little bit, looks out. Tommy, and this big burly dude sort of walks up, kind of like this like full orc man, like 7'5", sort of walks up, just picks it up, both hands, just lugs it over his shoulder into like a separate room to the side. As he's walking there, she sort of slides a dagger into his belt, the one that Zola gave. Right this way then. She guides you all through the inner chamber, past other patrons who don't really pay any mind to you, fully engrossed in their own conversation and the atmosphere of the room itself. She brings you to the far wall, exact opposite where the entrance is. You see kind of these 4 small square recesses into the floor with steps leading down, almost like a reverse pyramid. Only about 2 feet or so, though. At the bottom, you see kind of flattens out into a lounge area with tables and tablecloths of a white and gold coloration, same as the other ones. Above the seating area, ringing around the entire circumference, is a cylindrical copper frame with kind of like this thin, slightly translucent curtain hanging from one side. It looks like it could go around the entire thing, but there are only 3 chairs right now, but she begins to take the process of getting 2 chairs from a neighboring area and almost immediately, you can even see this guy come up. A waiter rolls up with a golden serving cart and just leaves. She places down the chairs. 5 chairs in total have around this fairly spacious table. She gestures for you all to sit. As Virgil takes a seat immediately, used to this apparently. Zoella followed closely behind as R just kind of looks towards you. He's not making a move right now.
Okay, I think I will be seated next.
As you get seated next, and it is now staring contest between Merrick and R.
So what's the seating arrangement here?
It is currently a like 5 chairs, like equilateral from each other, like perfectly spaced between each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who am I directly next to?
There, up to you. You can be either next to Virgil or Zoella.
I'll stay next to Zoella, and then can I have like Merrick to my left?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, Merrick to your left, and Merrick eventually gives up after like 10 seconds and just takes the seat next to you as R follows down. Yeah, and as you all sit, she places down a platter of cheeses, meats, fruits, olives, crackers, other little finger foods with a little cup of toothpicks to accompany it. She places down 5 crystal glasses, sort of pops the cork on an expensive-looking wine bottle and begins pouring a modest amount into each, twisting the bottle as she's finished pouring. She's turning the label towards you. A very fancy thing to do that for most people doesn't matter. Once the table is done setting up, the woman points to a small red rope attached to one of the pillars of the copper frame. You see the rope is just sort of free dangling, but it attaches to a hinge at the top, which attaches to a bell on the outside. She sort of points to it. If you need anything else, just give the rope a ring. Enjoy your time here. It's not every day you get to enjoy this much peace. She sort of smiles, takes a small bow as she begins to slide the curtain closed entirely around you, giving only a little view of the outside through the sheet of thin white fabric. The gentle music creeps in. The quiet, subdued chatter still permeates, but she fully rings the curtain around you until just her silhouette is barely visible on the other side. And all you hear is, on the other side, just with her silhouette visible, silence is golden. The white of the curtains immediately turn gold. Silence. No music, no chatter. You can hear your own blood pumping in your ears. It is the
Hate that.
It is the quietest place you've ever been. You can only make out the outside world through just shadows of activity. The light still reaching you in bursts of radiance, then dark, then radiance, then dark. But their sounds do not reach you. For the moment, it feels as if you are totally isolated from everything else. As if the world has condensed into this 12-foot square dining area. Your only ally being a gruff sailor to your left, and sitting around the rest of the table, enigmatic members of this commission. And between all of you, a fancy charcuterie board and some wine. Virgil sort of just claps his hands together, sort of rubbing together, takes a toothpick, gets the little piece of ham out onto it, starts chewing it. He seems capable of chewing it with his jaw, kind of slanted to the right. Yeah. Golden Lock Room. Should be totally impervious to scrying and silence. Locally, at least. Save as any to discuss what we're doing, what you're doing, what we know, what you know.
All right. Should we flip a coin, see who starts, or do you have any questions you wanted to start with?
Yeah, where you been the last year?
After some adventuring, we all went our separate ways for about a year to work on personal things, personal goals, returning home to see family and that. Not really up to much of importance in the grand scheme of things, but some time for ourselves.
Yeah, well, that's understandable at least. Alright, so the next question is what's, well, you contacted us originally. What about?
Quick question out of character. What did we do immediately before we took the year off again? We did something really, I don't want to say risky, but we did something pretty, like, big before we took the year off.
We saved Riley from.
Yeah.
Oh, from the jail!
Okay, so what we did is we went to Lipat, and then we saved some people in Lipat, and then we fucked out of there. And then we decided, all right, we'll just waltz in while we return them home. And that didn't work out so well, so we laid low for a year.
Okay. So I wasn't lying. It's about accurate. It's what we were doing. Just hanging out, chilling. What did he ask me just now? Like, why did we contact them?
Yeah, originally, like why you want to meet up at all.
Originally, we had stumbled across some very unusual discoveries. And after seeking information from other underground sources and not really coming up with anything at all, we just kind of were curious if maybe Zoella and her people had any idea what the fuck was going on. Since then, a lot has happened, and we have, I think, a bit more information than we previously did, but even then, you know, you can never have too much, and we're just curious if our goals were aligned in that way.
Ara sort of leans in, ignoring the plate of food, ignoring his wine. He sort of leans in, elbows on the table, sort of just leaning his head on the top of his hands, sort of eyeing you. Steely gaze, just piercing directly into your soul, almost. What are your goals?
Can I scan the table really quick? Like, what is the demeanor of Zoella and Virgil now that we started talking?
Virgil's still eating. He seems like he's listening, seemingly. Like he's still making eye contact. He's enjoying the fruits of the fruit. He's enjoying the fruit. Zoella is partaking of the wine. Has like a toothpick with like a little olive on it, but is currently engrossed in the conversation. Is just ignoring them for now. And Merrick's also ignoring the food. Just is here for the discussion.
What was his question? What information?
What are your goals?
What are our goals? Okay. We are just trying to figure out the truth of what happened. Because it seems like we've been learning things over the last year that don't exactly align with what we've been told in traditional history. And with substantial evidence to back it up that these new things we've learned are true. There's more to the story than we've been told, and we, above all else, are trying to uncover the truth.
Okay. Is that coming from a genuine place? Or is that like a half lie?
It's, I don't want to say by lying by omission, like that I'm not saying like, hey, our goal, like I'm not lying. I'm just not giving everything away because our goal is to get the truth and then save the fucking world. I don't know what they're going to do with the truth. So I'm just going to decorate it like I'm also after the truth.
Okay, make a deception check then.
God damn it. Good
Ah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, as you're sort of saying that, R is still leaning in, still not blinking, still looking at you, and Merrick's looking right back. He takes a toothpick, gets a piece of meat, and eats it. He's still just like half chewing, just exhales loudly, and swallows the little piece of ham. Maybe Peters. Then we have More of a common goal than we thought. We seek the truth of this world as well. That is all.
Let me see what I have on my person right now, because I kind of want to see if I have anything. Wait, okay, they took all of my stuff, didn't they?
They took your. They asked for weapons and any non-essential magic items. So they probably asked for like a bag. The bags probably.
Okay, so is it safe to say I don't really have any of my stuff on me, other than my truth here?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay. I will simply take the crystal out that I have, and I'll put it on the table in front of myself. And with my hands still on it, I will make it transform from the crystal to the dagger in front of them. And I will simply tell them, I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
I just sort of hovering the hand over the dagger now. Say that. Aris sort of looks at you. Zuel is sort of still nervous, still still taking in the unsure atmosphere, and Virgil's still nonplussed by the whole thing. Aris sort of just leans back, just takes a quick swig of wine. What do you wish to know?
I want to know what has got all of you so preoccupied in Thane. Because since we were in contact with you, Virgil, that's where you've been. So well over a year now. And there's a reason, I'm going to turn to Zoa, there's a reason you needed Targus Folknar. And while I don't expect you to give me all the answers, I'm just curious as to what exactly you guys might have stumbled upon.
Virgil sort of still like mid-eating, like just finished swallowing like a big gulp of wine. I think you kind of know already, don't you? You were kind of looking at us for some time. I think. That's all a recent little intrusion.
I mean, is he referring to the scrying? He knows. Oh, yeah. Well, he let that on to Riley, didn't he? Like when Riley contacted him, he said he pointed out the scrying.
Yeah, so Zero would be taken aback probably.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I will just awkwardly laugh a little, and I will just say, due to some information we covered, we had a hunch, but we wanted to be sure. And we were curious what your position was regarding the truth.
We seek the truth. R sort of leans in, like he's sort of swirling the wine in his glass. It seems you have stumbled upon the same lies I have. Came face to face with beings that predate our modern understanding. Well, good. Then you'll understand the dire need of knowledge. We seek the truth of this world to share it with the world. There is not one institution or country that can keep it safely. Everyone deserves knowledge, and I recognize it can be used for good or for ill, but that is not up to us to decide. If we do not share knowledge of all we know, tear down the deceptions that others put over our eyes, then eventually someone that has seen through these lies will inevitably use it for their own gain. I've seen this happen time and time again. The only sure way to ensure a monopoly on information is not possible is to share it, devalue it. Equal footing.
So obviously, you know that I had a little peek, just out of curiosity, as to what my dear friend. I'll hold my hand out towards her. My dear friend Zoella here was up to, and so I saw some stuff, and I'm curious what you think you're doing in that cave. What you think you're uncovering.
An ancient contagion. I assume you've come across these same black glass pillars.
And your goal with unearthing it is what?
And it is one of principle and one of a personal matter. On principle, to share information of it. To find out more about what happened in Thane. Modern history will dictate that it was a frozen wasteland of value to no one. But in my search expeditions, flowers, grass patches, frozen for ages beneath the snows. I dug deeper. I found these black glass pillars. I found evidence of life, thriving ecosystem. This showed me history was wrong, either due to a lack of understanding or a purposeful deceit. I delved further into them, finding more evidence of my theory. The search ended when I found the dragon.
And what brought... Go ahead, sorry.
On a personal note, I told you I wish to share information so it can be used for any purpose, good or ill. It is from my understanding, this black glass is a disease of a sort. The longer things stay secret, the worse it becomes, whether it uncovers itself or someone else does. The world does not know of this contagion. I've tried to synthesize a cure. It has failed, at least on the pillars, on the creatures they summon. I needed something older. And there it was. A dragon, new to the world, yet older than gods. A being history will deny. I need its contagion to further my own understanding, so that I can use this information for good.
So your only goal is to collect a sample from him. That's it.
Until we have further use of the corpse. The reason for the stone giant, Tigris Filkna, is the off chance it is not a corpse.
That won't be enough. Whatsoever. How many of you living are there, if I may ask?
We are a loose collection of scholars, mages, and endorsers. We're all like-minded in search of the truth of the world. Spread out, we are a few. Efficient, but few. The less people that know about our operation, the better. I guess numbers anywhere between 30.
And if I may ask, where does Luca fall in that food chain?
Luca is a difficult man, but he is a talented necromancer. He may exceed my talent someday. I do not endorse his actions, not all the time, but he is a vital component to the operation, to the commission. Much of the undead is his. He had a heavy hand in the resurrection of Targus now.
Sure he did. I'm gonna look over at Zoella.
She takes a big swig of wine.
Okay. Is your only knowledge surrounding history have to do with the contagion and Thane? Is that what it's limited to right now?
Currently, I know of other things, but my focus is the contagion. It is unknown, undocumented. I wish to contain it if possible. I know it is ironic me freeing it, but it has to be done. If someone else were to find it, or if I abandon it, I cannot say what they would do with it.
So have you already uncovered the truth about the other, I guess, because out of character, what was the three parts? I know one of them was the flesh monsters, one was the, not the robots, I don't know, what have we been calling them? The
The
receivers?
Constructs.
Constructs.
Yeah, they're the now that you have an into one of them, yeah, the three arms of the invader refer to the corrupted, which are the black glass monsters, the apparatus, which are the robots,
Apparatus.
and
that's what
the
it is.
biospawn, which are the fleshy things.
And in the center of all of that, what was it?
A circle with an eye in the middle.
The moon, right? Okay. Okay. Excellent. I will also take a big swig of my glass and ask them. So I'm assuming you guys are not aware of anything regarding the moon yet. Is that right? Is that fair to say?
R sort of leans in, but it seems we have much to discuss. No.
Do you mind if I take you three somewhere? Obviously, you have means of getting around from place to place, but I can take you to the rest of my party where I think they would be they would be a lot of help in case I miss any details, because we're going to be a while. The wizard, if need be, has a magnificent mansion and means of hiding from any scrying. We will have privacy, but I think it's very essential that I bring the rest of my party with me, because there's a lot that I'm not sure if you already know, but there's a lot to this.
Tell me what you found. Then we'll see.
We found that these invaders have three means of operation in terms of what my understanding is to be wiping everything living on this planet out. The corruption, the contagion, is one of them. Very bad. There's two more. One branch is something called biospawn, which is quite literally the manipulation of organic flesh of the dead creatures they've captured and come across. Fun fact, that's kind of where tieflings came from. I'll look at so well. And the third branch is... Fuck, what's it called? You guys just said it.
Apparatus.
Apparatus. The third is the apparatuses that we stumbled across. And originally, they were just machines with orders and a goal in mind. But they have changed into something much more hopeful. And peaceful, potentially. That's what we're doing in Calbay, is trying to uncover more of these locations that holds the apparatuses and take them before somebody like, Sylnia or anybody, as you said, looking to conceal the truth for their own gain. Nobody needs to have an army of these things, and nobody needs to keep this quiet because people are in danger.
Australia cannot have any of these 3 arms you mentioned. They would certainly abuse it.
It's a good thing that hasn't happened yet.
I agree. If it did, it would be disastrous.
I hate you so much. So about that mansion, would it be alright if I took you to another location?
Make a persuasion check.
Where's my stuff?
Yeah. Are sort of still swirling the wine, just sort of like sniffs the aroma and then takes a small swig. Is there nothing else here we can discuss? This, assuming Virgil's information is correct, we have scrying silent. It is a safe place to discuss such things.
That's fine. Then I will need to step out for a moment, and I'll be back with how many more people do we have? At least 4, right? It's Chris, Riley, Gary, and Ezra.
Well, Ezra could come if she wants, but we have Jane as well. But we also have monster pockets, so I don't think the number matters. It's just whoever wants to come.
Let's see if Gary and fuck Ezra. If Ezra wants to chill there, we'll probably be back there anyway. But maybe let's see if Ezra and Jane want to get in the monster pockets, and I can come pick you guys up.
Yeah.
Zoella sort of looks towards R and just goes, "Come on, let's throw them a bone, all right?" Virgil sort of just looks at R and just like shrugs a bit. Still, he ate like 1/3 of the charcuterie board already. R sort of looks towards you, Zero, like trying to like mentally plan this out. You are certain this place you are sending us is safe?
Out of character, Chris, you have magic to stop scrying, right?
Yeah.
That didn't sound confident. Do you have it available? Like, because I know that the Magnificent Mansion kind of keeps us safe from that, but isn't there still a chance they could, Simon? Like, if they roll high enough, somebody could scry on us in the mansion?
I think scry only works on the same plane of existence, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. So what was ours verdict? He was cool.
Seemingly. It's, your roll was enough to cause Zoella to shift, which Zoella then made another persuasion check.
Okay. Is there a bill we have to pay here or something?
I think it's the 50 gold. For the room, it's kind of a big room. Well, in terms of importance. I can foot the cost.
Okay. I'm going to... Has Mary touched his wine at all?
No.
I'm gonna pick up my wine and chug it like a absolute savage. like I don't know how to act in public. Just chug my wine. very unceremoniously just throw it back, and then also grab his with mage hand and immediately chug his too.
As you down both wines. It's a nice wine. It's how refined would you say Zero's palate is?
I feel like by now it's gotten a bit better. Not too great because I used to live in the desert, but I feel like I've tried nicer things since being with the Zodiacs.
Yeah, it's yeah, as your palate has been refined, it's a nicer wine. It's you can't like pick out like hints or anything, but it's like it tastes notably different than really nice. It's smooth. Yeah, as you chug both wines, Zoella sort of just like it's like frozen for a little bit, staring at you, and then she also chugs her own wine.
Okay.
And she sort of yeah, with a smile, she sort of just goes, "I told you we could be friends."
I'm gonna cast sending to Riley and just say incoming. And where was where was the rope campsite in relation to where the boys are right now?
Which one? Rope?
Yeah, I found like an old worn rope at a campsite, and remember I
Right.
showed Ezra, and Ezra was like, "Let's rope."
Oh yeah, that was a couple of like hours away.
Hours, okay.
I think you picked up a rock from where you were, I believe.
I think I did too, but I didn't write it down. I didn't want to just say like, "Oh, suddenly I have a rock."
I remember you
No,
picked up a rock before.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I will hold my hands out for Merrick and Zoella to take. I won't even try to like wait for Merrick to take mine. I'll just take his hand and then I'll put my hand up for Zoella to take it.
Yeah, yeah. As you're beginning the like beginning of teleportation, Zoella takes your hand as Virgil also downs his wine, like goes to the right rope, rings it. You don't hear anything, but you can see the bell on the outside. As he sort of goes to his couch, holds up like a fistful of gold and like rattles it outside for a bit, and then just tosses it on the table and then holds everyone's hands like, all right, let's go.
Is it already?
Hmm?
Is it already?
Yeah, he just takes whoever's hands he's holding.
He's taking Merrick's hand. Wait, is he holding Merrick's hand?
I guess so, yeah.
If I could take a screenshot, I would. Please know that.
Two
Okay.
people tired of the world holding hands.
And they lived happily ever after. Okay, then I will use one use of my teleportation turban and take us back to the campsite where Chris and Riley currently are.
Okay, yeah. As you teleport back towards the, I believe it's the exit to the pipeline. That's where you, I believe, picked up the rock. Next to mountain range, tons of them. Yeah. This the between the traveling and the journey and the speech, this took roughly about an hour and a half or so. Does anyone at the mountain campsite want to do anything in that time?
I think if Riley's business is concluded with Jane, he's going to make his way back to the main group.
Okay. How are you getting out to the other side? Just teleporting?
I mean, if it's outside, I'm just going to try and find an outside route towards it.
Okay. You have to go around the mountain, but you could.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, you're just sort of following the curve, and it'll take you a while.
Well, if he's still not there by the time he hears incoming, he's going to start running.
He's gonna start running.
Yeah, you'll be like an hour in, and you're still walking around the entire mountain, just walking through like an hour. Yeah, because
For such a tiny fucking building, it's crazy how fucking long the roundabout is.
it's craggy. Yeah, the facility punched straight through a mountain, like for some while. It's not the hugest facility, but the pipelines are kind of even those not huge, but punching through the mountain does shorten the time quite a bit. You're taking a very long roundabout route through like trees and crags and shit. It's not an easy path, but you can find one. You do get there before incoming is heard, though.
Okay.
As Chris, what are you doing
Um,
in the next hour or so? What are you doing?
yeah, just kind of looking around to to see if I see anything suspicious in terms of, you know, these supernatural things.
Make a perception check. Yeah, just are you still stamping on snow, like trying to uncover it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah, you go for quite a while. You're probably like for the next hour, like methodically going through like 150 feet or so, like I would. Just like uncovering like a line. Gary's along with you. Ezra got bored like 2/3 away in. You're still going. You don't see anything new. You just trees. Literally just trees and snow.
What about like where the divot is?
Around there, yeah, it looks like a pretty sizable divot, like 15, 20 feet across. It's like a, yeah, it's like a depression in the dirt at some point. But it's like dome shaped.
Do I still like notice the silence?
Yeah. Now that you're aware of it, it's weirdly eerie. Like there should be sound here, even if it's like, you know, sparse or faint. Bird chirp, a squirrel shows up or something, howl of a wolf somewhere. It is dead silent other than wind.
Yeah, I guess I'll wait until like Riley comes and then let Riley know.
Yeah, and after an hour or so, Riley does approach, not through the pipe, but around the mountain, in a very roundabout route, through trees, through roots, crags, rocks.
Did you guys know this mountain is massive? I can't believe how much of a shortcut they get just by, you know, digging into it a little bit. Taking the long way around is really quite a lot.
Oh, you thought mountain traveling was easy?
Well, no, but I thought it would be easier.
It's not. We are not goats. We make do. But hey,
I mean,
you learned.
Climbing isn't that difficult. It's not the climb, it's, you know, just how big it is. How long it takes to get from one spot to the other. It's not fast.
That's an idea. Goats. I could maybe work on a spell to turn us into goats.
I'll pass.
An irreversible goat spell.
True polymorph over a year does turn something permanently into the creature,
Oh fuck.
which is a spell wizards can learn.
And bards.
That's
Bards.
terrifying. That's awful. I hate that.
Yeah, if you have an ancient white dragon, if you polymorph, true polymorph for a whole year, you can turn him permanently into a sea turtle.
But yeah, I'll tell Riley like it is kind of eerie over here. I don't know if you can notice, but it seems very eerily silent.
I wonder
Somewhat.
if 26 passive perception can notice whether it's eerily silent or not.
Yeah, as you walk around, and it's really silent. At some point, you're not sure when, but once you got there, the sounds of animals just stopped. On the other side where you were when you're making your way around, even halfway through the mountain, like you can still hear stuff around you, like the wind, and then you see a squirrel run down, like a bush rustle, and it was like a bear rummaging for berries or something. Once you got here, you hear nothing.
You're right. While I was on my way here, there was still plenty of, you know, sounds of nature, but now I'm not sensing the presence of anything. You said this is similar to how when Gdaeafin was talking to us through the wolves and stuff, right?
In some form, yeah. You're not sure if this is what this is or something else, but yeah, it doesn't seem natural. Or at least
I'm gonna
yeah, not normal, at least not for your standards.
I'm gonna look around for white lilies.
Make a perception check. 26 exactly. looking around. You don't see any white lilies.
Well, I don't think this is the work of Gdaeafin. You were gonna say something?
Incoming.
Oh, right. Oh! Zero's on their way back.
Yeah, and a few moments later, Zero shows up with Merrick and 3 other people, one you recognize from like a year and a half ago.
I believe Riley would also recognize Virgil
Yeah, you
as
did.
he
Yeah, you dream. Yeah.
dream. Yeah.
Yeah, you recognize Virgil, dressed in, they're not dressed for this weather. Actually, no, they kind of are. They were in Thane not that long ago. But, yeah, it's, yeah, out of the robes and just into, like, just normal ass looking places. But you don't recognize the taller, bushy-bearded human man with his big, slick back, sallow.
Oh, wow, we've got a party here.
Is R hot?
He's an older human man. I suppose he's not like bad looking. I want to call he's like, he was not like Fabio, but you know, he didn't age poorly.
What's Luca up to?
It is best we do not discuss these matters outside of a safe area.
Yeah, I promised a mansion, Chris.
I also promised a mansion.
Am I the only one who isn't getting fancy stuff today?
The fancy stuff was the friends we made along the way, Riley.
It's up with that really shiny goldfish you caught last week.
Okay, I'll open up the magnificent mansion.
Okay. Yeah, as you open up the magnificent mansion, yeah, as you open it up into allowing these semi-strangers into your home, you enter first, followed by your party, followed by them, followed by R, followed by Merrick.
Wait, is this Merrick's first time coming into your mansion?
It is, yeah.
No! No!
He's gonna leave.
No!
He's gone, dude.
No!
R is gonna have an interesting time too.
As soon as Merrick walks in, I'll like realize and just kind of look back at him and just say, please, please don't leave. Please.
Chris is having the biggest grin on his face right now.
I'm gonna turn to Merrick too, and I'm gonna say we tried everything we could to make him stop. He won't.
Merrick, we can't control him.
Yeah, as you all enter, and these simultaneously, for each guest, a ghost Merrick comes up with with a little towel, and they all simultaneously answer in the same chorus. Moist towelette.
He was just starting to like us. No. This is undid like 10 sessions of character development. What the fuck, Chris?
You all, especially Riley, you all see like Merrick doesn't visibly react. He's sort of staring into like the middle distance, and then Riley, you just see a single large artery in his forehead thicken.
You're going to have to take this up with the proprietor. We voiced our dissent. The mage does not care.
I'm just gonna whisper to Merrick, just please, just hold out. We can kill him. Do you want to kill him? We can just kill him later. It's fine.
As you say, we can kill him later. He sort of just pauses for 5 seconds, and he sort of just goes, "Can you bring him back after?"
Not I.
You register he's contemplating whether it's still worth it or not. As Merrick sort of looks up towards you, Chris, and he just... A second vein in his forehead thickens, like visibly, as he sort of looks up at you. His face has been unchanged. It's just an increased blood pressure. But he looks up towards you, Chris. Literally up because you're tall. Change this. Now.
In a bit.
He puts his hands around your throat. Not squeezing him, but he's sort of just like, he's doing it. I just want to fight him off. But he sort of just goes, again. Now.
To what?
Anything else?
What makes you laugh?
Change it to yourself.
Okay, I'll I'll change it to myself.
As you change it to yourself, the ghosts, they still have no feet, but they grow like a head taller, and like in a more in a very more Chris-like voice.
Wait, can I change it to myself, but as like wearing the mask?
Sure.
Ew.
So, yeah, so it changes to the sort of like the plate metal mask of your god. It's still visibly your body, just without the lower half. As you change it, moist towelette in the voice of your god. Chris, in your brain, change it.
Okay, I'll remove the mask.
Yeah, as your face is now revealed, in a very crisp voice. Moist towelette.
Shit.
And then Merrick punches one in the face, who just vanishes into a like a puff of smoke. He picks up the moist towel and starts like rubbing his hand with it. He looks towards you, Chris. I'll call it even now.
Okay.
This the commission members are standing here watching this. Like-
Bumbling band of idiots.
Yeah. Our sort of looks towards you, Zero. Perhaps we do not have as much in common as we thought.
Give it time, please. He's not like the rest of us, I promise.
Do you have a place to sit?
Does Chris have like a little fancy sitting area, lounging area?
Yeah, the dining room.
The dining room.
Dining room.
Is there a plaque, like a gold plaque over that just says dining room? You know it's misspelled, but you just refuse to change it.
Yeah. Everyone will be served wine.
Yeah. Just wine. Nothing else, just wine.
3 courses of wine.
Wait, wine and kiwis.
Kiwis. Yeah, if Gary's there, he slobbers over the idea of kiwis. He gets a little silver spoon from the side and starts scooping them out, like slowly, like methodically, like he's done in his childhood. Ignoring conversation. But as you all sit down around the dining room, you see R begin to sort of close his eyes and begin to almost cast like arcane sigils, and you can see as he puts his hands in certain positions, a little almost like a reverse light. It is the point of shadow, but it emits a light, like a dark flame almost in certain points, as he actually clasps his hands together and like rubs it over the top of his brow. As you can see, almost like cutting into his skin, but like no blood comes out. It's just this almost black tendril as it opens, like an eye, and there's now a third eye in the center of his forehead, wide almost across the entire brow, but you can see the inside. It's almost like a vacant void with a pupil inside of it, just looking around. As ours are looking around as well, sort of looking at the table, and just looking through the current vicinity you're in for like a minute or so.
Can I make an insight check? Or an intelligence check? Is this a spell I know and I recognize? I use even?
I'd say you don't need to make an intelligence check, but you have some familiarity with magic, not this specific spell, but elements of it remind you of the ability of like true sight.
Okay.
Like yeah.
So kind of similar to like my Eye of Truth.
Seemingly. Like parts of it look familiar, but you're not sure if it's the exact same effects, but it seems to grant some sort of like extra vision at least.
Mm.
Yeah, but after a minute of searching up and down, he eventually sits down at one of the chairs. Very well. This is truly a magical mansion. He's still looking around a little sheepishly away from the confirmed anti-scrying silent area. Very well. I am... He sort of looks around to the rest of the new party now. Sort of looks down at the new wine in his hands. Sort of shifts around a bit. Inhales. My name is Raxni Lucet. You will likely know me as R. I am the founder of the commission, in search of the truth of the world. What do you wish to discuss?
Zero, what did you already discuss with them?
Only scratched the surface. Do you want to introduce them? Is Jane out right now?
Jane would be inside, right? Yeah.
Do you guys want to introduce them to Jane?
Gonna start.
That is robotic. Is that just me?
It's pretty robotic.
Who, me?
Yes, you. Oh, you're back.
Yee.
Am I? Oh, I was just clearing my throat, so I don't know.
You cleared your throat and Jane, like the soul of Jane, and entered you.
Is Ezra here too?
Well,
Yeah,
you did
so-
promise her.
Yeah, I would assume so. Everyone who was out there with us.
Okay.
Well, this is Jane. Jane is a receiver, which is a race that kind of just popped out into the existence because our companion, Jana, gave herself up to give these machines souls. They are previously working for the enemy, and the location that is outside the mansion right now is the second of two facilities that we know of that had these constructs. The first is now a bustling, I guess, pseudo-city filled with the newly enlightened receivers, and the second one is suspiciously empty, where it should not be. So we believe that we were late, and somebody else here got here before we did.
We have theories.
Raxney, as you now know his name, sort of is still keeping his eye on Jane, as he sort of just looks towards her. Jane sort of steps forward. I'm Jane. I try to be as much help as I can, stay out of the way. But yes, the facility is empty, seemingly. Arachne sort of still looks at Jane, sort of still almost like this almost dumbfounded look. You have a soul. I think so. You are a new people now. I'd like to become one. He sort of looks around still and just begins fidgeting with the cup more in his hand. I welcome you to this world, but my best advice is do not go to Sylvia under any circumstances. Do not go. You said this facility is empty.
Yeah.
What should it have been filled with?
Constructs like Jane.
Could have been filled with biospawn too.
It did indeed have that.
I
Did
think
Zero go over that part?
One of the three arms of the invader.
Okay, yeah. Oh, so you know that much. Okay, great. That will make this a lot smoother.
It seems while we were digging away in Thane, you have outpaced us in this pursuit of knowledge. For that I commend you.
Yeah, so what exactly do you know, and what do you seek to do with what you found?
We have found I believe, it's you refer to it as the corruption. A corrupted dragon, and the outline of a man within the ice. You're
A man?
a man. Humanoid at the very least. Kind of it is a silhouette made of cracked ice. Visibly humanoid shaped, but there is no apparent body. You are close to fully excavating it. It is a being unknown to the world, but older than these modern gods. There is more to this world than I thought, and you seem to have uncovered quite a large portion of it already.
Yeah, actually figured out where the modern gods come from. Does the name Rhea Godeofin mean anything to you?
Well, that is I believe the old archon of the Howran Empire, 700 years ago, was it not?
Indeed, and she still lives. She had a plan to defeat the enemy that is on our doorstep, and it didn't end up going through, and I guess she became overcome with grief. She's become very cynical these past few hundred years. But I believe the apex of that cynicism is in her creation of the Ten. She spread some sort of dogma, and it ended up producing the Ten in place of the old gods.
The Archon of Haura created the beginnings of the Ten. For what purpose?
This I do not know. And I have tried contacting her, but once she found out I was onto her, she completely disappeared.
I cannot claim to understand her mind. But I think I understand a little. This world that it currently stands as a way of grinding you down. Well, she greeted the Ten. Virgil's now deep in the next wine glass he's been in front of. Just takes a small sip, swallows it. Yeah, Virgil, A regular mother modernity, huh? Indeed. And actually, was hoping to replace these old gods for what a better pantheon she has failed.
And Riley will take out his sword and say, to some extent, I definitely agree with that sentiment. We have been essentially commissioned by the Old Guard to deal with this threat in the absence of Gdeafin and the Ten, as her cynicism has led to them probably not knowing their origin or what they were created for and what threatens this realm. So I don't think we can rely on them. That's why we have been operating in the shadows, and specifically in the shadows because now that we know that godhood is achieved through belief, the more people that believe in the threat that's coming, the stronger it could become. So we kind of just have to keep it as hush-hush as possible. And just allude to it, rather than outright state.
Virgil laughs, like heartily. Hey, hear that, Rexney? You're trying to share information, and they're trying to tell you to stop it. Can't say it's a wrong sentiment, not gonna lie.
I mean, we're sharing this information with you right now, but it completely depends. Yeah, if your intention is to reveal the truth of the world to everyone, there are two hurdles that may get in the way. The first, as I've discussed, is that you might give strength to the enemy, and we want to avoid that. And the second is even those who are willing to listen aren't really willing to believe too much. It really depends. So it's a coin toss, really. I know that in our time traveling, many people have looked at us with bewilderment. And only when they see it for themselves do they come to realize.
Yeah, I hope you can understand. We've been trying to ask for help with this for a long time. That's how we managed to get a foot in the door with the Grand Arbiter, is showing him something that resembled any kind of evidence of something else. And then we did not hold up our end of the bargain that he tried to make with us.
Show this to the Grand Arbiter.
We made note of it, at the very least. We kind of put ourselves in a bad situation.
We showed him a laser gun because he captured us and we had no choice. We were trying to get out of Teague, and he wanted to imprison us because we had to get our good friend Merrick out. Because Merrick is one of the chosen. He is chosen by an old god. And I'm under the belief that we are chosen for a reason and we can help to stop this. But I'm hoping you can understand why we were ready to die with this information without sharing it, purely because we've tried and no one's listened. We didn't realize there was somebody else who also wanted the truth. I think I personally am open to changing that view and sharing it with everyone, because I would rather everyone else be prepared and do with that information what they will based on their own free will. But I'm hoping you can understand that we're coming from a place where we've had to keep it to ourselves because no one's listened to us. I didn't show Grand Arbiter anything else. We didn't show him... We didn't know anything when we saw him. We found a laser gun and a robot, and that was the extent. We have since then uncovered so much more and have severed any relation with any level of authority. We're pretty much wanted globally right now. So,
well, globally, more like Enrius and Altus, which I guess may as well constitute the globe.
Except for the other side of it.
Oh yeah, there's like more continents beyond Hyde Grey. That's right. They don't know we exist.
That's why we went into hiding for a year. We went off the grid, we went our separate ways, and we rejoined when we were ready to continue and regroup. And since then, the search for us has died down an immense amount, and we can travel the streets safely. But, yeah.
So essentially, we've been doing the exact same thing you've been doing, just way more obnoxiously.
I can see that. You have gotten results, which is the important thing. We have been working away for years with barely anything to show for it. Losses, costs. You have been running around like a chicken with his head cut off, blindly stumbling into conspiracies and grand secrets for what, a year and a half? And you've already uncovered more than we have.
Helps to get around, I suppose.
We have connections, but they only go so far. So what do you propose then? What is the future look like?
Well, the eclipse is upon us in about a month, and according to the receivers and also some vague sense of warning from the old gods, something is brewing. So we're kind of rushing to get things prepared so that we can weather the storm. We don't even know what the invasion is going to look like, but apparently there's cause for alarm.
Am I correct in the assumption that that all that we are searching for is part of this void era mythical?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, this is all the Void Era stuff, yes.
Well, this narrows theory down to fact, at the very least. And it seems truly our goals do align.
Yeah, I think we got off on the wrong foot. Doesn't help that Luca was really sus.
Yeah, and
And
like
we
gutted
were-
our deeply close friend that we knew for a very long time.
And before you had sent the message in Silnia, we had you pegged for Silverwind, as they are also up to some really shady stuff, but I mean, they're actually evil. Whereas whatever you were up to was just kind of strange and, had a shadow cast over it. But now that the truth is out, don't see too much of a problem with what's going on here. Maybe just reprimand Luca a little.
Cannot endorse his actions. And I cannot fully reprimand him either. He is an efficient worker. He has sped up progress considerably since he has joined our ranks.
Right, so hold on. You're uncovering something regarding the corruption and the Void Era. What is it exactly? Zero is very... What's going on?
I believe it is a corrupted dragon.
A dragon?
Where does Riley make that sound?
Yeah. You know how tough those bastards are to take down?
I am aware. We do not take the threat lightly. We're not fools. The corpse of Targus Filknar is one defense we have against it, assuming it is alive. Which after assuming it was a Void Era creature a millennia and a half ago, it is still alive, somehow. Targus Filknar. I myself am a capable necromancer, as is Luca. This is the hordes of undead we have. I do not know if this will be enough, but we are taking precautions.
Oh, there is strength in numbers, but dragons also have like really powerful breath attacks that can wipe out your legion pretty easily. So, listen. Do we have time for this?
We also have a dragon,
Well, yeah.
if need be.
What, do you want to seek our dragon on theirs?
Potentially, he's not living, so it's not like the corruption can infect him.
It can.
You've
How
done
does-
tests with undead?
I deal with diseases. Well, I used to. I have been testing with with some of the various pillars. The density of them have gotten, well, more of them have cropped up in our digs the further we went in. And we've been destroying them as we go.
Oh, good. Oh,
Again, we are not fools. We take precautions. We are well aware of the dangers. Do not patronize us.
no, it's just, I mean, if, their purpose was not made clear, the enemy uses them as teleportation devices, essentially.
We are aware.
Okay, good.
We have dealt with them. They attacked us. The first time I encountered one, I touched it and infected myself. I am well aware of its properties. That is why
Okay.
I wish to excavate the dragon to further understand my understanding. It is... No, if you... The claim is true. It is a disease from the moon, which we cannot handle effectively. It took several castings of Greater Restoration, an expensive...
That's, yes, pretty much what we had to do when we were infected.
It is quite literally alien. Our magic has strange effects with it. So, I wish to... If I had one legacy, and I do not care for legacy, to spread the truth of the world to everyone equally, so that, good or bad, they can use it as they will. And two, I wish to create a cure for this corruption. That is my speciality.
If the warnings are true, which I think they are, we might be dealing with a lot more corrupted pretty soon here. So, you know what? I'm gonna turn to Zero and Chris. Do you guys want to tag along and maybe act as another pillar of defense, just in case Filknar and the undead army isn't enough?
Yeah, I think I could be enough.
I'll put my hand up to R, just be like, not to impose, obviously. Just, I don't mind tagging along. I have nothing better to do.
But it would be interesting to maybe talk about the tense situation here, with the possibility that Sylnia may have infiltrated Cowway undetected.
Are you saying Sylnia infiltrated this facility?
We have reason to believe it was them. Somebody infiltrated it.
Why?
Somebody with technology. And,
I
well, that's, you put two and two together.
What
I
kind?
might have a clue, and I'll take out the pin. I found this on a body at the bottom of the facility. I'm not sure if it means anything, but it's a triangle with a sword, and
He sort of holds his hand out. Just
and
give
I'll
that to
pass
him.
it around.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll
and
show it to him.
Triangle with the sword? Well, wouldn't that be Calvin in nature? You think because there's 3 of them and they like fighting? I'm gonna turn to Erza. Am I on the right train of thought here?
No, LeBron's leading like spears. Spears are typically more a thing. I mean, every culture has a sword. Come on.
Wait, so this iconography is not familiar to you either?
She's sort of leaning over Raxney. Not to me, no.
Huh.
But Raxney's sort of holding it in his arm. Or his hands, just like looking at it. He exhales deeply. He tosses it into the center of the table and like started rubbing his forehead, leaning back in the chair. Your suspicions were correct.
Oh, that
Sonia
is. Oh no.
did raid this facility. That is the symbol of the Salvo Guild. It is a training program within the academy. Elite fighters. Yeah. You are aware of Railguard, the Black Harbor Guards.
Oh, I don't like them.
The Salvo Guild is a branch of the Academy Arcana. As a sort of... It's kind of an elite task force. Special forces. Bodyguards.
Yeah, they're real corrupt there at the academy. I don't like that Jarn hat dude.
What? John Hat? He seemed fine. What was wrong with him?
His being fine is was the reason why he's so suspicious.
Then you've seen his true colors.
Yeah.
Is that the warden?
Yeah. No. Jarnhead is the prime minister.
Oh, the president guy.
Yeah, Prime Minister and also head master of the academy.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I had a conversation with him while I was in prison, and they know about the invaders. They've been trying to decipher their language.
Do you know if they've got further in that purpose?
No, haven't had contact in a while, and I mean, have we been in Sylvia in the past year? I don't recall.
I've been a couple of times for stealing. That's about it.
Have you seen anything interesting there?
Did I see anything interesting?
Not really.
Hear anything interesting?
No, not really.
I guess they're keeping it under wraps then.
I know that when I went to find the secrets of Mazmazak, they had people tracking me. But I took Mazmazak's journal and I didn't leave it there.
Tracking
But yeah, they were tracking me. I don't think they are anymore because they haven't noticed.
led Sylvia to the laboratory or lair of Mazmazak.
Wait, so you know what this is?
I know of Mazmazak. He disappeared years ago. A brilliant but eccentric wizard. Taught to know secrets of the universe and such. I don't know. But he's well respected and very, very powerful, knowledgeable. One of the great wizards of the time. And you led them to this lair.
I didn't know that they were following me in that moment, but they had sort of like an eye on me, I guess, and they were trying to look for the pillars, the obelisks, and there was one in Mazmazak's lair, but I took his journal. So I don't think they know what's on it.
Is this the first time Chris would be telling us this, that he was tracked?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I think Zero is just kind of glaring at Chris right now.
So let me get it straight. He looks visibly stressed. Zoella and Virgil are kind of Like, Virgil was, like, kind of feasting. Now the tense sort of serious atmosphere is settled, and they're both kind of listening intently. And they're kind of looking strangely at Rax, needless said, as if they've never seen him like this before. And I mean, so Cyrenea has infiltrated one of these facilities and taken all of the technology inside. They've also have access to one of these pillars as well. Do they have any biospawn?
Well,
I don't think they have biospawn.
Okay, good. I thought there was going to be 3 of 3 for all 3 arms of the invader.
well,
We can't
You-
be certain.
Yeah, we
This
yeah,
lab
we don't
we-
think. Yeah.
found had
I
some
mean-
presence.
in the facility, it looked like it was being dragged out, right? Like,
Oh yeah, with the blood trail. Ah. Okay, yeah, Silnia might have biospawn.
Is there a wine bottle available to me? Like, do the butler Chris's have just like a bottle of wine?
Yeah, you have infinite wine in this place.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm gonna mage hand a bottle of wine just over to myself and just sip directly from it.
Yeah, as you're sipping directly from it, some spills onto your chin a little bit. One of the Chris ghosts. Moist towelette.
I slap him away.
He vanishes into a puff of smoke. A second one picks up the moist towelette and, like, holds it to the side. If Cyrenea has all 3 arms of the invader, it is going to be chaos in the next coming years. They cannot be trusted with any advancement, any secret, anything they can use to hold an advantage over anyone else.
Oh man, this whole alien invader thing has revealed quite a lot about the mainland.
Chris, why did you give them a pillar in the first place?
I didn't give them it. They were just, kind of just tracking me, I guess. And once I found it, they were just popped up.
Were they blurry?
Yeah, they were kind of like gray.
He exhales again. I can hardly blame you there. You were tracked by the Greys. You are, well, I've briefly touched on the Sarbo Guild. Yes. The Greys are... The Sarbo Guild is already an elite group. The Greys are the elite of the elite group. They are by far the strongest individuals likely in all of Stomnia. Excelling in both magic, technology, stealth, espionage, pitch combat, all of it.
Well, I suppose that if it were to come to blows, Chris wouldn't have stood a chance. He was alone at the time. We were all split up at that point.
And there
Is
was
he
already some blows earlier
This
in
is true.
that counter.
And yes, if you hadn't accepted the offer, they likely would have killed you, yes. Cyrenea likes to put on a face. It is a mask. Outwardly, they are a accepting country where misdeeds can be forgotten so long as you provide. But beneath it all, it is a churning machine that eats the dreams of the young and spits out whatever they want. Weapons. Advancement for the sake of the people, but it only really advances the country as a whole.
Hmm.
The academy is the
They
face.
are good at that facade.
The academy is the face. It is people like the Greys, the Servo Guild, Kirill Johnhat, that are the real heart of Sylvia. You've seen the effects firsthand. Servo Guild attacked this facility, took everything inside, and they barely left a trace.
How did they manage to track Chris when he teleports literally everywhere?
You misunderstood. There are many tools that the Academy has. Even teleportation is more difficult to track, not impossible. There are remnants left behind between the 2 points you go to. It takes a good deal of power to track these, but if you're well aware of your efforts in this avenue, they likely would have been tracking you sometime. Did you sign something?
We did sign something.
We
Yeah.
didn't sign anything.
We did.
Yeah.
We signed with the guild.
I didn't sign my name.
I did.
I signed my name.
Did Kirill
I thought
they would-
Johnhat ask you to sign something?
Yeah, he did.
That is how
I
we
don't.
talk.
Oh.
Onomancy. Magic involving names. If it is your
But it was-
true legal name, or at least even something you associate with identity, they can use it to pinpoint, even through teleportation, your location.
What protects you from that?
Any almost divination magic, anything that protects, not even, well, not scrying, chance, but anything that removes magic, eliminates it from the area, or protection against divination magic in particular.
So
Well,
like
we
the
have
amulet.
amulets. Chris, you weren't wearing yours, were you?
I think I might have been.
So they got you through it? What? I guess they're just that good then.
No, I feel like that tracks you and Jana took yours off, I thought. Do you still have yours on right now?
No, I took that off.
Do you remember when you took it off?
When we distributed Jana's stuff.
Neither am incorrect, or the powers have gotten stronger since I've... Oh, mind.
So the Silnia situation. Once we're done, assuming we win against the invaders, what do we do to address that?
If you guys can give me a location, approximately, where to go and find these things. I know it's not simple, like a house-breaking heist, but I'm very sneaky and capable of being undetected. I'm more than happy to retrieve anything that may be in their possession that should not be. I even have a few friends that would help with that, but
This is
That's
not
just-
some mansion burglary. This is a very powerful, borderline paranoid government facility.
can we just destroy it?
Maybe if I knew where it was.
Oh, so it's one of those secret underground kind of things.
Correct.
That sucks.
It's only accessible via teleportation circles, and they change those every year. A paranoid, secretive society. If you wish to know more, my knowledge only stretches so thin these days. It is called the Conclave Arcana. The Academy, as I said, is the face. It is the Conclave that is the true engine of innovation, eater of dreams, ideas, theft of brilliance. Kirill Janhat started the Conclave, and some of the professors have willingly partaken as well. It is a cruel place. Those in the deepest pits of Black Harbor are never seen again. The Conclave is a part of the reason why. Human test subjects.
That's Would that have anything to do with Sunny?
I'm afraid I'm not aware of Sunny character.
Never mind then.
How does one become a Grey?
You have to be very proficient in magic, notably evocation and abjuration. Typically, you would excel in at least one form of combat as well, whether that's firearm, ranged rather, when the ranged weapon, at least one melee. You have to be multi-skilled, stealthy, and more importantly, you have to be obedient to a T. Being in this Arrow Guild already is a commitment, but being a Grey is a lifelong dedication. The Greys will not break, and they answer only to John Hat. Or those John Hats decide to command them.
Yeah, something tells me we're not infiltrating that group.
Like I said, Sylnia, especially now with their current revelations, their equipment, their now newfound knowledge, will become a problem in coming years.
So what is John Hat after? World domination?
Their mantra is innovation is progress. I don't claim to know what John Hat's mind is. I haven't for some time. He's under the impression that he's making the world a better place, but his benevolence only extends past the borders of Altus. Anything beyond that may as well be fuel.
Alright, well, whatever he puts together and tries to progress in that goes directly against our own interests, we'll just destroy it.
Yeah, that's easy enough to say, but there's only so many of us. And we've also got our hands tied with other things.
I agree. I do not like the idea of Sylnia having these technologies, this knowledge, but you should mention this eclipse. If something regarding the invader is happening on that time, I believe that should take precedence. Regardless whether Sylnia can use anything, it is or not if the world is destroyed in the process.
Yeah, Sylnia is going to have their hands tied with that anyway as well. So,
Unfortunately, if anyone could survive a coming global conflict, it would be Sylnia.
well, now that at least one arm of the Calvin peoples knows about this, they are a little bit better prepared. And Teague knows about it as well. Not that I really care about them.
Teague's power is limited to goodwill.
Teague doesn't know that much either. Not from us, anyways. We didn't know much at the time.
And they know something's coming.
How attached you are to Teague?
Not at all.
Not. We were tasked with killing the Grand Arbiter, but we turned that down.
Same politics are, pun intended, cutthroat.
You've got the assholes in Teague versus the assholes in Lipat. There's not really a side that you want to root for. They're both rotten to the core.
The individuals in Lipat are at least amiable to negotiation.
This is true. Some individuals, not the Rexans.
As long as you have money. The question still stands. What does the future look like for us?
For us in particular, I believe partnership is not just in the cards, it's reasonable.
and dare I say, necessary.
Yeah, I think we're well past having a choice at this point.
I would wish to continue to excavate the dragon, but if you believe it to be a too great a threat at this current moment, I will cease for now.
I mean, if you just bring us along, if we, we're all strong. I'm sure since we have dragon slaying under our belts, uh, having more people around for that will essentially ensure the victory, even if it's hard fought. And then you'll have your research specimen.
Worst case scenario, we have the means of dumping money into many uses of the Greater Restoration, if needed. Because we have needed it several times now.
How much do you know about this corruption? I mean, the mechanics behind it.
Next to nothing? Just what
yeah.
happens, really. We know that the bones start crystallizing, and you get a little bit itchy, and then it goes beyond that. And if you survive the crystallification, you kind of get turned into a mush person, and it's a fate worse than death.
I recall in... Where was it? It might have been in the Underdark. In... What was that place called, Simon?
Which one are you thinking of?
The city in the Underdark we went to.
San Lumina.
Yeah.
We went to San Lumina and we ran into a lot of the infected at some point down there. And with my own true sight, I was able to see the spirits of these people almost like tethered to these corpses. They were suffering immensely.
Yes. I believe this is a field that, for once, I haven't taken up in. I say it is a contagion, loosely. It is corruption. This disease is, like most diseases, alive, in a way. It is less a sickness and more a parasite. It first infects the bones, much like a mushroom, mycelium, glass fibers, permeate through the marrow. It starts off with contact, physical contact, which is why even undead can be affected by it. Almost all organisms can. Perhaps maybe ethereal beings cannot. They do not have flesh, bones to corrupt. It then makes its way up to the brain stem. It takes over there, needles to your nervous system. Your body becomes a vehicle, a vessel. You are aware of surroundings, but you cannot die because the glass is still alive. You can still feel. It has become, I suppose, a symbiote. It is partially the reason why Greater Restoration is not a good cure for it. It is not a full disease. It is halfway between the living being.
Oh, that's harrowing.
Are we gonna be okay? We've already been infected. We've caught it very, very early stages, but still.
If you have not shown symptoms after you've been cured, then you should be fine. As far as I'm aware, it is not intelligent. It is a consumptive organism. It does not have a brain to think of. It seeks the brain so they can pilot the body.
As we're listening, I'm gonna offer the bottle I've been drinking out of to Zoella.
Yeah, she takes it, and her eyes are kind of glassed over, and as she takes it, you can see her hands are kind of shaking. Just like, she just drinks like a big swig. This got a lot more real than I thought.
Yeah.
I do not have a good method of curing it yet, but that is what I hope the dragon can provide. It is an old specimen, a pure specimen, if my theory is correct. The beings spawned from the obelisks are not in good condition. They seem newer, if that makes sense. The obelisk themselves seem to be of a different makeup. The dragon should provide the answers.
There is one more piece to this puzzle. It is something called the constant. I know not really how this came to be. It has something to do with the first fire. But there is a moving island. It is a patchwork of many different biomes, but its space itself is limited to a small area around a much, much larger obelisk. But the people there, these glass beings, they are intelligent. They seem to have some sort of civilization to them? A culture, language. They understand us. They can communicate intelligently. I don't know if they are friend or foe. I think they are friend. But finding them is very difficult. For the island must be caught mid-travel. It must be observed. And it is everywhere all at once. And yet there is a way, simply by observing it, to bind it to a plane.
I wonder if that is what happens when you use the Mosmazok method.
Well, I didn't see anybody that resembled the humanoid there, just the strange alien peoples.
What did the General of Mosmazok say?
I'll
fate
actually
is
show him the journal.
As he goes to the journal, he's like thumbing through it. The pages are still there. And he's going through it. He's slowly reading. As Virgil and Zola are kind of sitting there awkwardly, just... So, how you guys been doing?
Aside from the whole world-ending thing, getting around, seeing the world.
See any good shows lately?
Haven't been able to hit up any theaters. Mostly been on the run. But I fished up a bunch of cool stuff.
Yeah, fishing. Well, everyone's into the hobby, huh? It's good to keep your mind clear of clutter. Something to keep your mind occupied away from the horrific death of the world,
Well, I mean, it could be horrific, and it could also be, curb stomp in our favor. The more we prepare for it, the better odds.
Well, we got us now. No, well, we're like 30, 40 plus, but we're widespread. We got connections. I guess we got a dragon. Maybe. Soon.
Possibly, assuming it doesn't corrupt everything.
Maxine begins finishing up reading. Associated objects. Am I wrong to assume? It's come to my attention. I don't actually know your names.
Oh. Sorry about that. I'm Riley.
I'm Chrysostomus.
I'm Zero.
My mentor was Pratchell.
I'm not familiar with Pratchell, I'm sorry. But I am assuming that this Pratchell is a conjuration wizard, if you are focused on conjuring a mansion.
Yeah. Pretty powerful.
Did you take a piece from the pillar in Masmazak's laboratory?
I did, yes.
Well, I suppose this explains what happened to him.
Pratchell did know Mazmazak, or know of him.
Most wizards are. He's a modern benchmark of what a great wizard should be. Loud and eccentric.
We also read over the journal, right? Like Chris was like, "Here, read this." Did he ever do that, or did he just kind of? Because we also came to the conclusion that we could probably teleport to the moon using those things, right?
I think he told you about it. I don't think he read the journal itself.
Yeah, I
Okay.
was going through the documents
does
we have,
have,
and I'm
you
like,
know,
Yeah, we don't have it.
Yeah, I can.
it does.
make it
Yeah,
public real
I can
quick.
show you.
Ooh,
it
my
does-
computer wants to load. There we go.
It does talk about like the See Me Not Island and the constant.
It does?
Yeah.
You didn't bring that up earlier? I thought we could just teleport to the moon.
If these pillars did come from the moon, I think he may be able to. I believe that's what happened to Maznazak. It seems
Oh, it's a little bit
there
concerning
are-
that he didn't come back, though, right?
I agree. He was a powerful wizard, capable of conjuring wonders beyond our imaginations, and if he did not come back, I shiver to think about what happened to us. But it seems, from my understanding at least, correct me if I'm wrong, conjuration is not my speciality. There are chains of associations. If you have a piece, you can teleport directly to the pillar, but the pillar is associated with the moon. So,
Yeah, that's a possibility that it is associated with the moon. Or the island. I don't know.
if you took the piece from a pillar, whichever one it came from, I believe that is the associated object. If this constant is part of this See Me Not island, then in theory you should be able to use it to teleport directly there. The difficult part is discerning its location. There were reports from the Conclave that an artifact seems to be pinging around the world. As far as I'm aware, I do not think they've captured it, but they are aware of it. I do not think much of it myself, but perhaps it is more relevant than I thought.
Wait a second. If they're aware of the constant, and the construct's goal is to find the constant, do you think they kidnapped the constructs in the facility to make them find the constant for them?
I am uncertain of how far their knowledge goes now, how deep the rabbit hole goes. But from the time that he sort of lingers for a bit before choosing his words carefully, from what I've heard, the constant is not of importance. But if they are aware of its importance, I believe that priorities may shift.
This facility was raided recently. These tracks that we've uncovered are no more than a month or two old. Maybe even less than that. So I think they maybe caught wind of something. Maybe something we were doing once we recouped. Recouped.
Perhaps. Especially if you signed the document Kirio John had give you.
Uh-oh.
But the possibility also exists that a Silnian spy happens to be around. There are a number of them.
Well, this Silnia angle really complicates things. But it is
Surely does.
true that they are not the priority. So we'll have to figure out what to do about Silnia, assuming we survive the onslaught.
A long silence, a din of nothing sort of permeates for a while. Virgil sort of stands up. Well, he holds up the glass of wine. To stop in the apocalypse.
Yeah! Riley will grab one of the wine glasses from the servant. He'll kind of snatch it out, clang it up. To
I'll
stopping
hold-
the apocalypse!
I'll hold up the bottle I'm drinking out of.
Yeah, as Zoella holds up a second bottle gotten from one of the other servants. She got her own. And R also holds up just a single modest wine glass you've been sipping on the past couple minutes. Things have become certainly more complicated, but strange bedfellows. I do not know where to go from here. But you have means of contacting us, and I know your names. I know your faces. I have means of contacting you.
Yeah, if you need help with that dragon, just let us know.
Oh, I think we're asking to be a part of that.
Oh. Or we could just invite ourselves.
I mean,
that also works.
Are we allowed to help?
When the time comes. We are still a ways off. A couple of weeks maybe, but we want to be ready. The process is slowing down to make sure we do not make any mistakes. Undead are tireless and do not require rest or food, but they are clumsy. They are taking the brunt of the work, but when we get closer, I want to do it manually.
Smart.
Again, we take precautions. We are not fools. Felgnar will help, assuming there is anything to help there. He has been proficient in getting rid of trolls and spiders. Thus far, the dragon may be a greater issue, assuming it is alive. A high likelihood it is not.
There's also the silhouette of the humanoid.
Yes, that one does remain a mystery to me.
To us, I don't think that's necessarily Novos.
The first fire.
Actually, yeah, the first fire. Novos is the woman in the pillar, as it were.
You said these beings of the glass on the island are sentient, they are thinking.
Yes.
It is
The one
possible.
with the big pillar, anyway. I'm pretty sure they're not the enemy. Well, they're probably derivative from the enemy, but I believe them to be either neutral or against them. They regard Novos as a deity.
It is possible that they are symbiotes of the glass, but in the opposite direction, mutually beneficial. Whereas,
Now that's an interesting idea.
if they are aware of the circumstances, that they can think, walk, talk, it seems likely.
Maybe Novos infected the obelisk.
With what free will? A soul.
Similar to what Jana did with the receivers.
Yes, maybe something like that. Instead of the obelisk infecting us.
That would explain why I can't contact Novos.
But now it's interesting because I'll actually turn to Ezra and say, now that you know that Sylnia has kind of infiltrated Cowbay, what do you think Cowbay is going to do?
I honestly don't know.
I would think a war declaration at this stage would be very foolish.
Yeah, I don't think that's likely. I mean, we're still kind of reeling from the last one. Not that anyone would admit it, but we are. It's really up to the Imperator.
Well, I mean, all of Hydegray and perhaps the rest of the other continents that we have yet to find. We're all going to be reeling soon.
Yeah, I think some of the scouts are heading back to Larono right now. So, we just kind of have to wait for now. Yeah, I don't know what the response is going to be, but I doubt it's going to be nothing. I doubt it's going to be cooperation, too.
Well, we don't really need cooperation right now. Not from a base level anyway. We're all kind of going to be indirectly helping each other survive. So formal agreements are not really required.
Yeah, they are when you're dealing with the 3 factions around here. This might be a big enough issue that the Imperator might bring it up, but things are still kind of tense. I don't know.
I believe that's basically pretty much everything.
Yes, I think so. This was more enlightening than I thought. Thank you for this.
Thank you for hearing us out.
It somewhat shames me I was not of more help in this endeavor.
Oh, worry not. I mean, we're kind of doing everything we can as well, and it's shaping up to be, us and a few other factions in on it. And then the rest of the world is going to get a very, very rude awakening.
Which leads us back to our original purpose, spreading information. Even if those who hear it do not listen, that is up to them. You cannot force information into someone's mind. You have to accept it.
This is true.
I do not know if the world is ready for this revelation, but I do not know if they have a choice anymore.
Not once the eclipse hits.
Mm-hmm. I may spread word of the upcoming conflict, assuming there is one. That way, at least, people can prepare, or riot, or panic, or grieve. Whatever they wish to do with that information, that is not up to us. But it is better than being blindsided by a cosmic horror.
Well, we will leave you to that then. I believe the Xodiacs' sway on the public is not exactly... Those who believe us have already, made themselves apparent, and the rest are wary of us or either don't know of us.
I would not sell myself so short. I have contacts in certain cities and high up chairs, but I've never reached the ears of a leader of a country, let alone 3. You have more sway than you think with those that count.
I wonder if I should waltz into Hora and say, hey, can you guys stop doing slavery? That would be great. Yeah, maybe once this is all over, we'll have enough clout on our names to have that kind of sway. Who knows?
I think
What
maybe
about
you
Narset?
overestimate your abilities now.
Well, again, once it's all over. Yeah, you know, war hero Riley has 50 kills on the enemy. You never know.
Yeah, best of luck to you then.
Appreciate it. Why do I hear boss music?
I was also about to say, did anyone else's music get like really intense?
Yeah.
when we said that?
One of the servants is like, my apologies.
That's not the vibe? Okay, sorry.
Is there anything else we need to go over, discuss, confirm?
Hmm.
No.
Perhaps
think-
Narset has some answers.
They are a good example of the exact opposite of our creed, I suppose. They are similar in Cyrilia in a way, but at least they have the decency to keep to themselves.
I don't have any other ideas. I mean, I don't know how long finding the other continents would take. That's something we've discussed. Maybe trying to find them, warn them.
I think that may be a fool's errand at this current point in time.
Yeah, I don't think we have enough time.
I agree. Don't have enough time. Even then, we know nothing of these other continents.
It's true.
Don't even know if they speak the same language, the same culture, same races. We have no idea.
Well, magic can help with that, but
You can help with language, not a cultural clash.
no, very true.
I believe it is more prudent to focus our efforts on places we can affect.
All right. So the immediate future. What do we want to do now, gang?
I wanna kick back and have a good night.
Looks at watch. What time is it?
You guys have been talking for some time, actually, like at this table. It is currently about, about an hour past or so. So, what the fuck? I can't do math. 4
PM?
p.m. Yeah, 17 or yeah, 5.
4:17 p.m.
No, it's what the hell? 17 in a military clock? 5.
17 is 5. Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
Dinner time.
Yep. As you discuss battle plans, the future. What's for dinner, Chris?
Maybe some like rotisserie chicken.
Yeah, it's like a big ol' turkey that like they carve up into little pieces and just serve onto slices on a plate. Yeah, after a tense set of conversations. Suddenly there's a chicken dinner appears in front of you with these crisp-shaped servants, just like surrounding you, all handing you a dinner platter at the same time, refilling wine as needed. it takes some time for the commission to start eating. Virgil is the first, Zabala the second, but then Raxney is sort of just sitting there in deep contemplation for a solid like 5 minutes before very slowly just cutting to the chicken, just kind of wordlessly, a little drained. Yeah. What do you guys like to do? Any final discussions or actions?
Can I roll to chug the wine from the bottle in a cute and flattering way as to impress Zoella?
Sure. Just make a persuasion check. Okay, now make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh.
You chug it in a kind of like like an endearing like frat boy kind of way, if that makes sense. And Zoella sees it, looks mighty impressed, and then she tries to like find another bottle and tries to match, but she fails and like sort of like can't chug fast enough, and like it kind of gets all over her face and just like she starts choking a bit. Yeah, and you start it's humorous. You start laughing. You don't feel great after that. You're putting on a tough face, but your stomach is not good. It is not feeling great.
Love that.
Has nobody here ever heard of moderation?
I will politely excuse myself and go somewhere else to vomit in private.
Yeah, as you go out of the room.
Like I will misty step to it further down the hall to get far away.
Yeah, as you misty step further down the hallway, you turn the corner, and then, almost as if the mansion can detect your thoughts, there is a servant with a bucket there.
What a bro.
I sense a disturbance.
Yeah. Yeah. Would you like to vomit to the bucket?
Would that make my low constitution roll go away, or am I gonna have to worry about that the whole night? Am I always gonna be at the risk of throwing up?
It'll go away after this one.
What'd you say? It'll go away after this one?
Yep.
Okay. Oh yeah, I'll throw up real quick.
Yeah, you throw up. It's a meaty throw up. It is not. It is it's a good hefty one. It kind of stings as it comes up the back of your throat. And as you're finished, you sort of like knees on the floor, like hurled, leaned over this bucket, and from above you, looming over you, with a face of Chris, moist towelette.
Snatch it from him.
Yeah.
It's very consistent for me, though, at least. I think I've thrown up several times during
so.
this campaign.
How much of them are alcohol based? Probably a
Like
couple, I
2.
think.
Okay, then I want to go back into the dining room and put on a brave face like I didn't just throw up. I just walk it off.
Yeah, you just come in. None of the commission seems to really take notice of your approach. Zibble is sort of just watching you as you come back. As you sit down, what would you like to do? Continue eating or what?
Is anyone at the table talking?
It's up to you.
Or are we just quietly eating?
Can I talk about the eerie silentness outside?
Ooh. Yeah, didn't really have much of a chance to investigate that before Zero got back.
While they're doing that, I want to make a chat with Zoella.
Okay. Yep, so the boys are investigating the silence outside, or talking about it?
I mean, I guess we could go do that.
I'm asking
But
what you want to do.
I thought they were just talking about it.
Talking about it?
Well, yeah.
Okay. I think that one came up first. Yeah, so you mentioned the silence outside. Virgil sort of just mid-chew. It's nighttime, right? It's supposed to be silent outside, right?
And usually you hear some sort of, I don't know, maybe like, nature runs its course. Maybe there's like an owl stalking for prey. Maybe you hear skittering of smaller mammals or insects. But there's nothing. It's just the wind. It's really, really weird.
Huh. Yeah, I guess that is really weird. I mean, even in the up in Thane, there's just some animals. There's Arctic wolves. Or winter wolves, Yeti. There's a good amount of Yeti. There's some foxes.
There's also demons up there.
Oh yeah, where? Abyssal Fades, they're called. Those little
The ones
portals.
that have, yeah, those things.
Yep. Kind of dotted all over. Most of them buried under the ice, but some of them like to punch out.
We narrowly avoided having to confront them once. It was not fun.
Good. I mean, hell of a thing. Luckily, if it was anywhere else, I think everything would be fucked. But luckily, Thane's kind of inhospitable. So even if they can survive the temperature, which most of them can, they rarely survive Angry Yeti too long.
True. And if there's a silent breath active, they're probably fucked by that as well.
It depends. Some of them are pretty resistant to cold. It's kind of spooky. You think about it. It's like they're like a natural environment for them in some places, I think. Nah, I'm sure Thane's like a walk in the park compared to the Abyss. Not speaking out of experience or anything, but yeah, theory crafting.
What did he just say?
Theory crafting.
Berry crafting?
Theory crafting.
Oh. Yeah, that lisp is not working in his favor, alright.
No. He gets him
Poor
the way I
guy.
know. He's being heal right. Artifacts now.
I can't understand him.
Yep. Which
I'm
he
gonna
seems
read
used
his
to.
mind. I'm just gonna get
Yeah, as you get into his surface thoughts, it's just like, without the difficulties in speech with his broken jaw, he just goes, his surface thoughts just like, yep, same shit as always. Chicken's good. Okay, and Zero, you're talking to Zola.
Yeah, I'm chatting up Zoella.
Okay, what do you say?
I'm just gonna ask her if she's ever been to Fintu.
I have not. I don't actually know what that is.
I see. Where were you born, if you don't mind me asking?
Selnia.
I see.
Yeah, so I guess I've heard it's not great for tieflings elsewhere, but I guess I got lucky in some ways. I know we just went through like a whole like I guess like a tirade of how Silnia's not a great place, but I guess it's not the worst place to grow up.
Yeah.
I mean, Silnia sucks because of what's going on in the background, right?
Yeah, I guess
Just
so.
existing there normally is actually quite pleasant.
Yeah, the people are good.
Yeah, existing on the face is fine. I tried to go apply to the academy actually.
Oh,
I didn't get in. I didn't have a strong enough grasp or good enough idea or something. I kind of blocked that in my brain.
what did you want to do?
I wanted to study evocation. I've been, I guess obsession is not the right word. I'm pretty good with radiant stuff, light. It just kind of seemed like fitting with my natural talents.
Is that what you did down in the crypts? I was kind of too unconscious to understand.
Yeah, it was, I don't like to use it too much. I try, well, when needed, but it's one of those things just to have a back pocket trick in, you know, I kind of panicked, to be honest. I didn't expect that to work.
It was impressive.
Yeah, a lot of some people died going down there.
Yeah, I've never thought I would stumble upon my own dead body before.
Yeah. It wasn't not my proudest moment, but it had to be done. Kind of a lot of stories of the commissioner like that.
You know, it takes a lot, I think, I would imagine, to make the high priest of the Hall of Death take a double take when he saw me. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, they did, I'm pretty good at getting my way into places I shouldn't be. I guess I just kinda
Oh,
have that
Trust.
vibe.
So what are we?
You guys were wanted, right? Like, I wasn't imagining your faces on a poster.
Oh no, we were mega wanted. That
Okay.
was put out by the Arbiter.
Right. And you pissed them off. Cool. I mean, I could have gotten like a $5,000 bounty.
Yep. Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Could have retired. I wouldn't have to be in a little stinky cavern all the time.
Oh, you can teleport. Or is it more of a?
He can teleport.
Is it more of a? Oh,
Zero
is it
point,
just
he
more of
points
a-
to a Raxnir.
just having to stand by and oversee stuff. Are we keeping you guys too long?
The work at the, suppose you should know the location. We are working at the Howling Bows. It is a somewhat unknown artifact, I suppose, of history. There's been a really good explanation, and even less knowledge or exploration around it. That is where we found the dragon and this shape. But no, you're not keeping us. The work is
Okay.
slow on purpose.
Okay, that's good. I guess another question is, did you guys just kind of waltz in here without the Arbiter knowing, or?
What a thing.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
the Grand Arbiter made a big show of, if there's someone in Thane, I know about it. Or something like that.
Plus, the
Aside from the people in Lipat.
that is precisely where we got in. The Arbiter is under the impression that the harbor at Teague is the only safe place to land. It is not. We first made our big foray into the field of broken glass through a small port connected to Lipat. I believe it is the. Oh boy, my oh god, my computer's really chugging along. The Rockwall Bay on the west side of the Dividers Range. It is a alcove, and the denizens of Lipat built a harbor there. Rockwall Bay is a treacherous sea to sail, so not much attention's paid to it, which makes it better for the criminally minded to take advantage of that fact. The Arbiter talks a lot of steam, and he does have genuine power in places, but it only reaches so far.
He didn't even know a dragon was operating in his area. Didn't bother doing anything about it, so.
Well, to be fair, few forces can deal with a dragon. Especially in Thane.
It wasn't that bad. It was a little scary, but it wasn't that bad.
Perhaps you're more powerful than I, then.
Well, I don't know if it's circumstantial, but I feel pretty weak sometimes. Certainly the average person can't stand up to me, but when you've got an alien invasion on your shoulders, it's very easy to feel powerless.
That is the burden people like us must shoulder. There are concepts bigger than us, than our lifespan. Perhaps you have a different view of this. You have a longer lifespan than I, but most humans, we're like a candle that burns too bright. We have to make use of what we can to leave enough for the future. May feel weak, but I have no doubt the actions you've already undertaken have had the ripples that will affect the future.
I certainly hope so. It is quite lucky that I was born as an elf, though. You and I are most likely the same age.
Possibly. I don't always think a long lifespan's a good thing either.
It's kind of funny. My friend and I were discussing ways to evade being recognized by law enforcement, and he simply turned to me and said, "Oh, come back in 100 years. Nobody will know that even knows you exist."
Consider this. Do you have friends besides Chrysosthemis over here?
Well, Zero's my friend, and I have a few friends in Golmud.
Are they all elves?
No.
Then one day you'll have to watch them grow old and die.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that one.
You'll have to live that several times over. You will have the ability to see 9 to 10 generations of friends. Time will pass you by, and that is the folly of elves, I think. Not to be insensitive, but...
Oh no. I'm stuck with Chris!
Or other elves. There's a reason Howren's superiority has been kept alive so long. They have a longer lifespan, so they do not attempt to make connections to those that do not. There is no point. It is like being attached to something that will live 2 weeks in their lifespan. Blink of an eye.
Oh, 500 years isn't that long when you think about it either.
Well, that is enough for, say, 5 or 6 generations of humans.
Yeah, but I mean, in the way that the Howren elite think of it.
Correct. That is my point. 5 or 600 years is not long for an elf Howren elite. And it is that divide that keeps them separate from the rest of society, culture. It is the basis of their whole slaving operation that others' races' lifespans are too short to be meaningful, so they should be used, expended in the work of things that do matter. Elves, things that will live for 700 years on average.
That makes me kind of even more upset than I already was. Oh man, I gotta do something about that.
One thing at a time.
One thing at a time. If there's anything that we've discovered trying to fix basically every single problem on the continent, is that sometimes you can't save everyone. So I'll let this go for now, and once we get past the invasion, then we can start thinking about more.
Don't stretch yourselves too thin. I've made that mistake when I was young. It is not conducive to progress. Because I hate that word.
I don't think progress is a bad thing. I think it's just, the way Silnia and other bad actors weaponize it.
And I've seen it weaponized time and time again.
So we just have to use it as a means of not weaponizing. De-weaponize? De-arm? Unarm? We have to be the better progress. We have to be the progress we want to see. There we go. I'm sure there's some sort of scripture somewhere that has said that exact same thing.
You've already made good progress. More than I have. More than the Commission has in 11 years.
I don't know, because... Yeah, we've been going around discovering the nature of the world, but not once did it ever occur to me to think, you know what? This whole corruption thing is a big problem. I wonder if there's a cure. That never once occurred to me. To me, the cure was, oh yeah, defeat the enemy.
There will always be after effects.
Didn't occur to me.
Hmm.
So, don't downplay your own efforts either.
The first time he started like gives like a slight corner mouth smile. Thank you for propping me up. It is not my own efforts, it is a collective. I may have founded it, but it is the rest of the Commission that is the beating heart, the hands, the eyes, the mind. I just see.
Props to the whole team.
Virgil sort of holds up like his third wine glass. He's clearly like very tipsy at this point. To me.
To Virgil.
I have a question. What was Jarnhat's first name again?
Kirill.
I had just reading.
Just out of character, Kirill.
Just reading over the Mazmazak journal again. It does say at the bottom there, visit Kirill. That's something that I missed. So it seems like Mazmazak knew Jarnhat.
Jarnhat he's a friendly man, but he's a secretive man. An ambitious man. May not look like it, but he is ruthless. If he has dealings with Mazmazak, then he may be more dangerous than I thought.
Said that he had an interesting new spell that Mazmazak took, so I wonder if that spell, giving that spell, was for good intention or bad.
Difficult to say. Masaki's no longer with us. Jarnhat is he'll be a key player in all this. I am loath to say it, but if it helps to maintain the safety of this world, it may be prudent to, I don't want to say aid Sylvia, but to
Allow them to go unchecked for now.
or ally with them at the very least. They are powerful. Likely more powerful than most people think. On the surface, again, they are equal to most countries, but it is the underneath that is dangerous. So, I will not begrudge you if you continue to petition John Hatt's assistant.
He knows enough. I don't think we need to really speak with him again. I'm more concerned about those who aren't in the know.
As dinner sort of finishing up, it's been another half hour or so, just intermittent conversation along with chewing. Any final thoughts before the commission? I don't know what the commission's going to do, actually. They don't really have a... I do not think they have a ride back.
I got nothing.
I think, yeah, I'm good for now.
Okay. Yeah. As dinner finishes up, they, all three commission members, gonna pick up, leave. Virgil is the first out. Well, thanks for the grub, and this is gonna be, I don't want to say fun. Maybe that's bad luck, but it'll be better.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Next is our Raxney Lucette. It is a strange feeling to have an ally in all this. I thought we were unique in a way, but I suppose we're not. Keep on fighting.
That's the plan.
Yeah, as Zuela is amongst the last to leave. Well, it's, yeah, good seeing you all. See that you're all, she's catches herself that, most of you are alive. Let's hope we're still alive for the next one, huh?
Fingers crossed.
Sorry for tricking you. She gets finger gunned as she backs out.
Hey, man, we're responsible for the commission losses too. You know, it's all water under the bridge now.
Yeah, I guess. Sorry, don't want to dampen the mood. Well, hopefully next time we meet is either for business or for fun. Yeah, as Raxi begins to pick out a gemmed chalk and begins to scrawl on the, we'll clear out a space on the floor first. Gets like a large slate rock and begins to sort of scrawl the individual symbols you actually need. Chrysostomus, remember these sigils. These will be tied directly to our cave system, should you need to visit or otherwise.
Okay, I'll write them down actually.
Yeah, as he begins to cast Teleportation Circle, spell you're very familiar with, as you begin to take in the different symbols, just noting the individual positioning, the little details, anything you're not going to miss. You've scrolled a couple of these, and this is really no different, just a unique address. As you cast it, a almost black flame erupts, and they're just out of sight. The snow slightly melting, but the spot where they stood, gone. Just these faint scrawlings of where they used to be, still there.
Man, that was productive.
Progress.
Do we know the situation on Claudine?
Claudine refuses to talk to us, which is very sus. It's probable she was tasked by the Rexons to take us out. Either that or some mission we can't be privy to. Which, I mean, she has to know she doesn't stand a chance against us, right? That's suicide.
I mean, if it came down to that, we wouldn't fight her, right?
I mean, we'd probably have to defend ourselves somehow. We'd restrain her, certainly, right?
We're not gonna fight Claudine.
What if she's banking on that?
Then we need to give her something else to hope for. I'm still not, like, opposed to trying to infiltrate the Ruxins and find her dad. There's just so much on our plate right now.
It really is kind of overwhelming. So what's our next course of action? Get Jane back home, maybe?
If you think she'll be safest there, sure.
Huh? I guess we should ask her. Her? It? Jane?
Yeah. Her, it, they, it's still, I don't, figuring it out.
Fair enough. I guess really what I was asking for is what do you want to do? Stick with us? Go back?
I think I came along just to find the facility, and that's accomplished, even if it's a little grim. I think my business is done, but I don't mind tagging along for now. I do like to. I like traveling, I think.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, there's not much I can do to help now, but I think maybe seeing the world is kind of a way of helping my people.
I would think so too.
I think you've been really helpful. You just being here is more than enough help. Because I think a lot of the stuff we say, people wouldn't believe us until we show you.
That is true.
If I'm able to assist, then I'll keep doing so as long as you need me. Thank you for coming along and doing all this. I know it's kind of out of the way. It's not really your issue. Well, maybe in some ways, but ultimately it's still kind of a selfish indulgence.
I wouldn't really think so. Besides, I've got a fish god that would yell at me if I wasn't doing something right now, so... This kind of is our issue, just as much as it is yours.
I'll continue traveling. I'll continue learning. I have some basis, but she sort of looks towards Ezra. I think seeing different cultures is, I don't want to say therapeutic, but it is educational. Ezra sort of, like, just rubs the back of her head. You're welcome for being a lesson plan. Okay. Yeah, Gary's still, at this point, just staring out into the empty forest. Just it is darkness. It is nighttime. It is dark. It is darker than even before somehow. Still nothing.
Do you still notice the silence?
Yes.
Perhaps we could go to where it's most silent.
How do you even determine that when it's already silent? Oh yeah, there's even more nothing here. Gary, do you have some sort of, I don't know, intuition?
I don't know if your intuition is the correct term. I thought it was maybe what's the term when something is like a coincidence. Coincidence. A fluke. I thought it was a fluke. But I suppose not. There is something wrong. I don't know if it's up for us to fix it, but it is not natural.
Was it Ezra or Erza?
Ezra.
Ezra.
Ezra's my sister.
Ah, yes, your parents must have been very, very, they must have had a laugh at that one.
Why'd you say that?
They're just so similar, you know, same 4 letters.
Yeah?
You just mix them up a bit.
Yeah, my sister's Erza, my father's Izar, and my mother's Ers.
I hope you're writing this down. This is all canon now.
I wrote it down 4 weeks ago.
How many towns have you raised?
Me personally?
Yeah.
None recently. We're kind of in like a stalemate truce, kind of like half on, half off.
That was continuing the joke.
Oh.
Because raise is R-A-Z-E.
Oh, it didn't start with an E, so I missed it. Plus, you're in a warrior town. I used to raise villages all the fucking time.
See, yeah, I mean, the question makes sense, yeah? Yeah. So, nothing that, you know, really stands out to you? Not really taken aback by anything here?
Are you talking about Ezra?
Yeah.
I mean, again, it was kind of weird before, but now it's like slightly concerning weird. It's not usually like this. Like, it's... I mean, Cali's not like the most hospitable place in the world, but there's animals. I mean, most of them eat the other animals, but like, you know, they exist. It's,
Right, and you know, in this time of night, you would think the owls would be out. You'd be hearing the hoo-hoo.
God, I hate owls. Yeah, they keep me up at night. I'm well aware of their hoo-hoos. And normally I'd welcome the silence, but now it's a little unnerving.
Oh, I was wondering. I was like, I thought that was happening in game, and I was like, what the fuck did you just do? But no, it's outside. Canada Day.
Oh yeah.
Gary drops some corrugated metal. Oh, sorry.
Practicing shooting the rifle.
Firing
Yeah,
blind into the
just-
forest.
Ezra, you only have a few shots left. Ezra, calm down. You only have one left. It's gone.
I will not be stopped.
I can't do anything about this, by the way. So I guess this is just the background noise now.
Yeah. It's like pure silence. There is nothing in this.
We should... My immersion. Oh.
Some homeless man with a fucking 9mm pistol firing in one just like,
Come on, I keep
That's
missing.
why it's so silent. He's killing everything.
there's just dead bodies everywhere. A 40-meter radius around it. Corpses.
Oh, there we go. There's the answer.
Should I shoot him?
Well, you can fire at him, but you'll probably miss.
Fired, not missed. Yeah, no. Silence is creepy.
I would like to investigate more.
I mean, we're here. We may as well. On the off chance it's relevant, we might end up thanking ourselves. And if it's not relevant, we should probably set a deadline to stop investigating.
Yeah, let's
This
give it a
time I
day.
will.
It's probably nothing, but yeah.
I will do detect magic as a ritual this time, just to see if I can detect anything else.
And you cast Detect Magic outside the pipe area. Walking around. How far away do you walk away from the pipe? Like into the darkness, just for creepiness
Yeah,
sake.
I'll walk around up to maybe 100, 150 feet.
Okay. Yeah, as you're sort of walking out, it is dark. Luckily, you have dark vision. If you didn't, you would be entirely blind the moment you got out of the mansion. But you have dark vision. You can see shades of gray, but not much else. And you're sort of walking 150 feet. Everyone else has lost sight of Chris unless you're following along. And he just gets swallowed by the darkness. You're just walking 150 feet. Ping. At the very edge of the radius of Detect Magic. About 200 feet away from the pipe.
He's within shouting
Okay.
distance at that range.
Yep.
I'll make my way back. I'll let them know which direction I went and that I got a ping.
Oh, so there is actually something to it. All right, well. Lead the way.
Okay.
As you gather everyone heading that direction, Detect Magic's still up for 10 minutes.
Yep. I think I'll close the mansion if everyone's out.
Yep. And you're all
Okay.
out into the cold, but you dressed for this. As Ezra lights a lantern. Can't see in the dark, human. And Merrick's kind of falls closely behind Edgar Jenkins. Because he can't see in the dark either. And you're just following along back to where you were, following the footsteps. And you hit that ping again. That Detect Magic. Something magical there. And you're looking there, it's... Yeah, by the time you get to where it is, you get closer and it's actually a wider area, actually. Like you saw a ping before on the very edge of the radius, but as you get closer to it, the area where there's magic begins to extend. And as you get closer and closer, it's like at some point your entire radius is filled with magic, detecting it.
So it's almost like a field of magic. I think we're around in the center of it, but it seems like it's a field of magic. Do we notice anything in it?
Make an investigation check.
I couldn't click it.
Investigation. Looking around, feeling the snow, the trees. No, looks totally fine.
Does Riley notice anything off in the area?
With your past perception, even with active perception check, other than the lack of animals, not really. Like, you feel the trees, you grab the snow, it all feels normal. Still smells like snow, still just sounds like wind through the trees.
Gary, how are you feeling over here?
The same. It's just a strange feeling. I don't like it.
Was it like that when we got here?
Not sure.
No.
But the other areas around by the time you were getting here, like even on the other side of the mountain, you could hear animals. There was birds, owls, wolves, bears, all these little rodents scurrying about. It seems to be only around where this pipeline is.
Maybe it's just that, all animals have learned to steer clear.
Well, for what reason, though? Something to do with this magic?
What if I cast firebolt into the air around here.
Yes, firebolt. It goes off in the air. Not the same.
Hmm.
Wonder if I have anything. Does his detect magic? He's just surrounded in it, right?
Yeah, like he just kept walking into this magic field, and it's just like, at some point, all 60-foot radius around him is just magic.
Maybe we should try to find the end of this, like the edge, where it stops. If we had a little bit more information on that.
I guess I could do that where I detect just the edge of it and just walk around the edge.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. Yeah, you just go back a couple, like 60, 80 feet or so, and you find the edge where there is a clear divide where there is magic and there isn't. You want to keep following that edge?
Yeah.
It is currently still very dark, but even if you waited like another like a day or so, the daylight's not gonna really come back. Just sort of follow the edge. Basically nighttime. The
Dark
darkest night.
vision.
Yep, and it doesn't bother you. Bothers the two humans, but they can get by with lanterns. And you're sort of following the edge. How far do you want to follow it?
I'll follow it. Well, I guess until it makes a complete circle.
Okay.
Unless it seems like it's not turning after a while.
Okay. You keep walking about 30 minutes or so, and then it's still going. You have a compass on you, right? On your watch, I think. Yeah, you're keeping track of that, and as you're walking along, it is turning, but slowly. And you follow the edge for about 30 minutes, and you've turned maybe like a quarter of a degree. Not a quarter of a degree. What the hell's it called? Like
A 90-degree
Like
angle?
45
90
degrees?
Yeah.
Yeah, 90 degrees.
degrees.
Or
Yeah.
45.
Yeah, if you're heading west, you're now like facing like southeast. Like it is turning, but it's wide.
Can I gather like where the radius would be?
Make an intelligence check. It's just not even from magic, just from math. Jesus.
Yes, you see, I have calculated the fucking cosmos.
Yeah. But based on the time you're walking and the rough estimate of speed, the angle that you're now at, you gather this entire stretch of area of magic is roughly 1 mile in diameter.
Okay. I think I'll tell the group. I think maybe we should travel at least 1 mile in that direction.
I wonder if that's a clue. That's a pretty specific number.
With a natural fucking 20. Yeah, he gets the
Chris, are there any spells that you know of that have a radius effect like that?
I think a couple, maybe something to protect something from observation, but any exact spells that might do that.
Would he not be able to make another intelligence check?
For spells?
Yeah.
Or like spells that that have like a 1 mile radius.
There are lots of spells. For 1 mile radiuses, though, let me just see if I can find the thing. Yeah, just make an Arcana check. Okay. I'll say you don't get an exact spell because there's a couple, but spells that have not a range of like a mile, but area of a mile are not that common. They're usually relegated to the higher level echelons of spells. Like this isn't like a kitty spell that's cast here. It is like 7 to 9 level.
Yeah, so it's it wasn't casted, or if it or like it wasn't produced by something that was you know, from an amateur or anything. It's pretty powerful. What it does, I'm not sure, or what it's for, but I think it would be interesting to investigate.
Do you think maybe one of those greys casted it at some point?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to let you continue to lead the investigation because I haven't the slightest fucking clue what to do.
Yeah, I guess just going a mile in the direction towards the center, I guess.
I guess we're getting our steps in then.
Not me. I'm on my little carpet.
Working out? Who needs that?
I'm laying on my tummy with my feet kicking up in the air, watching Chris do his thing.
Okay. With that with intelligence check, you can roughly guess the center of this area. Okay. Yeah, and just walking about, yeah, like a little, an hour or so through snow at least. Just guessing on it. Just make a survival check, Chris, or someone.
A what check?
Survival.
Ooh, I have a -1. Not me.
All right. Okay, so it takes you some time. Like you, keeping the vast distances in range and radius, it's difficult to pinpoint an exact location. But you can guesstimate, and then you kind of veer off in some direction because it is a forest and it's easy to get turned around. So you kind of like zigzag your way to the center, but you eventually get there. You see a fort, like an abandoned stone-walled fort. It looks like some parts of the wall has crumbled, but there's still like turrets, not literal turrets, but like tower turrets. The section at the top still mostly intact. It's not a huge fort. The walls are made of stone, though. They look pretty thick. Considering how long it's been here, maybe, it looks like it's survived relatively well.
I turn to Ezra and say, do you know anything about like a fort being here?
Right here, Merrick sort of interrupts her and just goes, Fort Oliphus. Yeah. Yeah, how do you know that? Books.
Yeah, Edgar's a well-read man. Doesn't talk much, but he got a lot going on up there.
All right then, Edgar. What else do you know about this place?
It's I guess it's used to house old veterans. They used to train new recruits. It kind of acted as a staging ground for scouting and a rest stop for any scouting parties, and an emergency defensive building in case the Ironheart clans or the Jade Dynasty attacked by lands from this direction. It was abandoned after or during the Crucible War, and just never bothered to recover. The
Well,
people inside got drafted.
maybe there's stuff inside.
Well, this could be the opportunity to revive it, assuming there's nothing too strong in there. Ah, there's plenty of us here. We'll be fine.
Everyone make a perception check.
I am ready to see with my eyes. Never mind.
Okay. Right. As you're all sort of walking forward, Riley, with your passive perception, you hear something first. Almost clicking. You sort of instinctively stop the rest of the march, and Chris eventually notices too. Followed by Gary and Ezra. American Zero, you have no idea. But as you sort of stop, you look up. The walls are tallish, like 20 foot high, and then the actual towers themselves are about 40 foot. There seems to be a front gate. Actually, you approach from the north, but yeah. But some of the walls are crumbled, and you're sort of just approaching. Maybe you can climb over the rubble. You hear this clicking, not like twig snapping, but like clicking, almost like a bat, like a location. This sort of chittering sound just coming around the east side of the wall. As Chris and Riley, you spot something. It's hard to tell from this distance at this lighting, but it looks like a creature. But it's not any creature you've seen before. It's almost like an amalgam of flesh. 2 feet, lumbering a little bit, about 7, 8, 9 feet tall or so. But there's no head. Where the head is just these snaking tendrils that end in these sharp mouths. 2 stump-like arms, but one of them almost like shaped like a crab claw. And the entire thing is, it's hard to tell whether it's made of flesh or chitin or a mix of both, but it doesn't look like anything that you've seen.
Not even like a demon?
So I can show you this. I'm gonna have to Oop. Yep, I have to pull it up on the map. Hold on.
What the fuck is that? Oh my god!
Ew.
Everyone just make a stealth check for me. Okay.
Of course.
Classic.
Naturally.
Classic Chris Sponder.
And with the boots of Elvenkind.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you do have the dungeon. Okay. Most of you succeeded. So the moment you see this, you all duck behind trees about 60 feet away as you watch this creature sort of almost the jarring movements, the snake-like appendages on top of its body, or its head and neck used to be, just sort of almost fighting with each other. As the body sort of just rotates and shifts. It almost like it's like a sentry in some ways, like a turret gun. The body rotates and it keeps walking forward, but then at some point it just flips 180 and then that becomes the new front. This weird amorphous flesh monster just patrolling the outside of this fort. Ezra sort of just looks at this and just goes, what the fuck? That is where we'll pick up next time.
Alrighty. Good session. Good session.
Good session.
Well, Simon, one day we'll no longer have to say this, but for now, XP. XP.
Good RP. How much? What's your current hit? Your current totals?
330,017 cents.
330,000. Oh, hold on. Let me bring this up here. Fuck. Hold on. I'll find it. There you are. You bastard. 330,000?
Mm-hmm.
Let's give you 4,000.
334 017.
Mm-hmm.